Hey, welcome folks, and Merry Christmas, one and all. You are joining me here at the home of the Web Development Revolution, and you are very, very welcome. Now, before we get started, let's doing all of that. I apologise, for this emptiness when we start up. I know it's a bit of a drag when you come on and you see something like this starting. You feel all quiet. It does. I've been trying to figure out this schedule, but on accident, start doing it. I haven't yet. But don't worry, it's something that we will figure out in the future. Please do let me know that you're here. Say hello, why don't you? And don't even do all by myself on Christmas. I know that we have Jason in here. Jason, that is the believe by the co-pilot. And I'm seeing a way on you. I couldn't think of it. Oh, I only come back. Well, anyway, anyway, we have Canten Apple, and hello there, wee Blackie. Hey, we're joined by a wee friend of mine. Hey, so good. How are you, my wee friend? Oh, it's good to see you. Oh, it's good to see you. What are you doing? What are you doing? But get on that. Get on that. All right. So anyway, I know if you're sitting, so we're gonna. Yeah, I apologize for far away. I know. I actually don't have a microphone with me yet. I don't have a laser, but unfortunately, it is true. I'll see if I can get the sound in good. So just maybe. Now I am just using the laptop. Um, complete except this stuff. Um, holy stuff. But tell you what, you think, oh, that's what I want. Nice windows. You know, I've got one of those. If I take that off, I wonder if that's going to help. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Is that any better? Or am I still as quiet as can be? Do let me know. I'm doing the best I can with the materials that I have. Now, I've got one other wee trick here, which is, let me just see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, did that work? Did that work? Okay. Well, that was a fluke. Right. Okay. Great. Well, anyway, welcome indeed, folks, one and all, and Merry Christmas to you all. Give me just a wee second here. Hey, wee pal. How are you? Yes, look at you. Look at you. Oh, you're looking the best. Oh, you're so good looking. Yes, you're only getting to the peak of your powers. The peak of your powers. Yes. Okay. All
tag to go on. Yeah, you can try that if you want. Want to try it? Here you go. Want to try that? Okay. There you go. I'll put it here, right? Alright, dear. Alright, dear. Okay. Okay. Alright, once again, I do apologise. Yeah, I'm looking after somebody's cat here, and I have to give the wee thing a bit of attention. You know, I can't just ignore the cat. Are you all right there, wee Blackie? Okay, yeah. Anyway, welcome one and all. It's very, very good to see you on this incredible day. Now, I like Christmas. I'm a fan. I've always celebrated Christmas. And it's funny, you know, in many respects, I think the internet kind of changed Christmas, did it not? I mean, not so long ago, you'd hear people, Christians saying, people have forgotten the true meaning of Christmas, you know. You've all forgotten the true meaning of Christmas, you. And isn't it strange how, as information spreads, now it's kind of like, well, actually, maybe you've forgotten the true meaning, because there's nowhere in the Bible that mentions Christmas trees or Santa Claus or reindeers or any of that stuff. Christmas was, of course, a pagan festival, or, you know, whatever we're going to call it, an event, you know, that goes way back to before Christianity. And the whole idea was that up here in the northern hemisphere, sometimes you can only get maybe 6 hours of daylight or something if it's a really duff winter. And so they figured, well, what if we give ourselves something to look forward to in the darkest depths of winter? Now, usually the darkest day of the year is about the 20th, I think it's about the 20th of December. So we're not too far off it. So the whole idea with Christmas was that, you know, it was invented by a bunch of Europeans, and they figured, well, instead of having a completely miserable winter with no crops or anything, let's all have a big old celebration at the end of the year. And that's all right by me. And if you want to make this a celebration of Jesus Christ or any, well, you know what? I'm not going to do the hijack thing and say, start listing other religions. No, you're out of luck, other religions. Not today. But nevertheless, I think that it's a great idea for all of us just to have a little day when we basically take a wee break, we relax, we reflect upon the year that we've had, and we come together in joy and celebration. All right, well, that concludes the joy and celebration. Did you enjoy it? Good. So now that that's over, let's talk about work. I'm going to give you a little quotation from my old running coach, who's no longer with us, but he was one of the greatest people I've ever known. And I joined his running club probably aged about 14 or 15. And within 2 years, he had me as the fastest, can you believe it? I was the fastest 5,000 runner in the UK for a very brief period of time. I have to say in brackets, in the under 20 age group. All right, well, maybe not quite the fastest. For a very, very brief period, like 2 months or something, I was the fastest under 25,000 metres. Now that runner, now that's not bad for a wee guy who's totally short and has little stumpy short legs, you know. So I had a great running coach. And I remember he said to me something that I'll never forget, and I'll pass it on to you today. He said it was Christmas and it was actually snowing one time. And we're like, okay, it's Christmas, it's snowing. You know, it must have been about 2 foot of snow. And he says, okay, right, everybody, there's about 40 of us in this training group. It's a big, big training group. He said, okay, I'll meet you at the track then, Tuesday night as usual. And I said, man, it's Christmas. And it's snowing. And the track's shut. And he said to me, if your competition is training on Christmas, then that is a good reason for you to train on Christmas. And if your competition is not training on Christmas, if they're having a day off, then that's an even better reason to train. Now, I'll be heading over, later on tonight, and I'm lucky enough that I can go visit my mum for a while and maybe go relax for an hour or two. But there's another saying that we have from the running club. In fact, let me just bring it up for you. This is the running club that I was in, Shettleston Harriers, and I've often mentioned the little slogan here. If I open this thing up, if I can, how on earth do I open up this logo here? Anyway, I don't think it's going to happen. Here we go, logo, right? It's quite a tiny logo, so clicking on it's not going to make much difference. But I don't know if you can see it. There's no way you can see it, but this says Nihil sine labor. It's Latin, and it means nothing without work. Nothing without work. And that is our mentality. That, my friends, is our mentality. Let's have a wee look at this. Miss Nation, it's a really good club. Alright, okay. It's been a long time since I've been there. Any negative reviews are nothing to do with me. So, anyway, let me just get my screen together here. I'm tired of looking at these 3 viewers. It's kind of embarrassing. So, I'll move you here. Is that cool? I hope you don't mind. And I hope the sound's okay. Now, I have a wee question for the group. The question is, and I hope you don't mind if I talk web development. I hope you don't mind if I code. It's just what we do, Nobody wants to deal with somebody who's mediocre. So I am going to discuss web development and I am going to code. Now I've got a question. The question is, what do you think is the one skill that, by my estimation, might just be the most valuable skill in all of IT right now? In fact, let me go further. I'm going to give you a little skill, or name the thing, and if anybody here has this skill, I will make you a business partner if you'll have it. For a great percentage, we'll go right down the middle. That's 51% to me, 49% to you. And if anybody has this skill, I will instantly say, let's be business partners. What's that skill? Have a guess. None of you will guess. In fact, maybe we can have a little poll. Alright, let me bring up my poll here. So, what's the one skill that if you have it, okay. If you had this skill, I need to fit it in. Alright, so I've got some options here. We're gonna, I'll read out any replies. So if you had this skill, then I would happily make you a business partner today. What's the skill? Maybe you don't want to be a business partner with me, but I'm going to give you the options, right? So we've got a couple of here. We've got consistency, accept criticism. Okay. So if we think about, I'm going to do concrete skills though, right? So let's do things like C++, for example. Let's do things like, what else would be good? Something like Kotlin might be good. I'm thinking of things like that, you know. Maybe we could say something like SEO. Maybe we could say something like web design. Is there anything else? I'm kind of out of ideas here. Maybe I could say something like, how about if we just say something like web development? Maybe we could say something like AI. Now, I've ran out of room to add your things in. It won't let me. But we'll go with these ones right now. We'll go with these ones right now, and that is my clue, maybe. So imagine, now we're not just talking average. Imagine you were really, 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 really good at one of these. Most people watching this live stream have some experience of some of these things. But there is one thing on this list that if you have this skill, I will stop what I'm doing today and happily offer my services as a business partner. What's the skill? Let's see you vote. Come on. Oh, it's Mario here. Hello, Mario. Ahoy. And Merry Christmas to Mario. It's a Merry Christmas to Dufgoa. Merry Christmas to Canton. Merry Christmas to Shanten. And Merry Christmas to GT. And of course, we had Jason earlier on. That's El Sharkio for some of us. So the results are coming in here. Some of you are saying web development and some of you are saying SEO. Well, Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas to you, Mario. Very good and welcome to the Christmas live stream. As you can see, it's incredibly Christmassy here. It's the most Christmassy place in the universe. Okay. Right. Well, you're never going to guess what the thing was. So let me put you out of my misery. My misery? Yeah, whatever. There is one skill, my friends, that if you had it, and by the way, you can learn it in 2 weeks. If you had this skill, I would happily drop all of my tools and happily join forces as a business partner today. And you'll be surprised when I give you the answer. The answer is, and we'll end the poll here. The answer is web design. That's right, web design. But not just any old web design. A very particular type of web design. Now this is something that everybody here can learn in 2 weeks. Maybe some of you know this already. And maybe some of you have already got this, who knows? If you have this skill, let me know and let's talk business. I want somebody with this skill. And let me just elaborate a wee bit, if you will, okay? I think that, I've started using this chat thing as a sort of coding companion. I think Stack Overflow's finished. I don't see myself ever using Stack Overflow again. I've been messing around with this and asking questions about code and everything, and it's absolutely mind-blowing. I've even had it write articles about the benefits of BMW car leasing and stuff. So when you think about the coding stuff, you think about this. Obviously, we've got the Trongate framework. Then you've got technologies like Capacitor, which allows you to write a web app, click a button, and now you've got it as an Android and an iPhone app. The bottom line is that when it comes to code, good old-fashioned code, we've kind of got code sorted. At least I feel as if I have, you know. Probably most of you have, you just don't realise it yet, right? So web development, for us at least, is nailed. I don't think that AI is going to replace web development, by the way. I'm a complete optimist. I see it as being a bit like when drum machines were introduced. Everybody says that's the end of drummers. Remember that? Drum machines? Well, it wasn't the end of drummers. You know, there's still drummers, people learning to play the drums, and it's fine, you know. And I think it's going to be a bit like that. So I'm optimistic about web development. And quite frankly, I don't really need too much help with web development. Doof Gore says I use ChatGDP to generate a few PHP classes. Well, there you go. It's really, really great. It's one of these things you don't realise how good it is until you use it. It's not perfect, but it's good. Anyway, we have web development nailed. Now, somebody had said something like consistency, and what was the other one again? Consistency, a business degree. Maybe not. Accept criticism. Well, maybe. I mean, look, these can be your answers, and let's use the ultimate woke phrase, shall we? And we'll say maybe that's your truth. And I'm not going to mess with your truth. If that's what you value, then that's what you value. And that's awesome. But for me personally, I think that web development is nailed. And I think that SEO is valuable. But I actually think that, well, I've done a lot of SEO, and I don't like being Google's bitch. You know what I mean? So for me personally, SEO is a strong candidate, but as we go through the list, the one that is of most value to me is actually web design. So I'll explain or mansplain why I think web design is the most valuable skill, right now, at least for me. So if you take the thing that I'm going to be working on today, for example, today I'm going to be continuing. Where on earth is my screen gone? Alright, so today I'm going to be continuing with my LastPass clone. Now, I started this yesterday and I made okay progress, right? Not a LastPass clone, it's what on earth are we calling it? A LastPass alternative, right? So this is what we did yesterday, and we had a page that looks a bit like this. You can see it's kind of like it, and then you clicked on this. You could view a record, you could reveal a password, you could go back, copy, all of this. Some of this stuff doesn't even work. We've got various forms and whatnot, okay? So all of this, and we've got a plus symbol on the bottom right hand side here as well. Now, all of that was done yesterday, and to some of you it might look okay, right? But the problem is, and it occurred to me when I left here, there are dozens and dozens of LastPass alternatives. Now, I'm using LastPass as an example. We could choose any site as an example. And I don't know if you've been watching Twitter, but if you happen to use LastPass, then I have news. Since August, your data has been in the hands of hackers. What can I tell you? It's the good news channel here. Your data is in the hands of hackers. And not only that, but LastPass actually lied to their customers. They have completely mishandled data. if you just look, I've just searched on Google News for LastPass, right? Hackers stole encrypted LastPass password vaults, and we are just now hearing about it. And you can read this. So this company have been absolutely irresponsible with my data and perhaps with some of your data. Now, that's kind of, look at this, they finally admit it. So, LastPass was trending on Twitter just the other day. And right now, there are tens of thousands of people, maybe even hundreds of thousands, and they're all looking for a LastPass alternative. Think about that, right? So there's many, I reckon hundreds of thousands of people who are now out there looking for a LastPass alternative. You can read up on this if you want. Now, when they go, and please stay with me here, right? When they go looking for those LastPass alternatives, what they're going to do is they'll probably search for LastPass alternative, and then they'll get a list maybe like this, and they'll see a bunch of these things. Some of them are free, some are paid. They'll have a wee look, and what's the first question they're going to ask when they try it? I mean, let's pick one that we don't know. Let's do Dashlane. I don't even know what that is. So let's look at Dashlane, right? So we're going to look at Dashlane. Here it is. It's a password thing. And here's what it looks like, and blah, 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 blah. So every single person of that 100 and odd thousand people who are now doing this, I reckon it's actually hundreds of thousands, and they're doing it right now. They're going to be testing all of these alternatives. And you know what they're going to be judging the alternatives based on? They're not going to be judging it based on does it use PHP or JavaScript or something. They're not going to be judging it on the logo. They're not even going to be judging it on the security or even the price or anything. They're going to be judging it on one thing and one thing alone. The thing that they're going to be judging everything on is going to be how does it look and how close is it to this. This is a screenshot from the LastPass Vault, my own personal LastPass Vault, right? And I've got other screenshots. So if we look at some of these other screenshots here, for example, if you're adding a password, this is what LastPass looks like, right? If you are adding another thing, this is what it looks like. You hit the add button, LastPass, right? And I'm telling you for a fact, folks, this is what the extension pop-up looks like. These are all screenshots, right? It's fine. It's fine. I came prepared. I'm okay showing you this. So, every single person who's out there right now, and I reckon it's hundreds of thousands, they're going to go through all of these alternatives. And the only thing that they're going to be judging is how close is this thing to LastPass. Now, I don't think LastPass is that great. For example, if I'm adding a password here, I would like to have a button for automatically generating a password. I think that would be nice to have. Might not get used, but I think it would be nice. So I think you could do some improvements to this. I'll give you another improvement. I think that the way that they've got the add button on the bottom right hand side is this plus. I think that was a mistake. I would have had it up on the top left here, the add button, right? But that's just me. The point is, forget about my opinion and even forget about your opinion. The key vibe with all of this, and the winner, is the one who can get the closest to this as a designer. Do you have the CSS skills to make that happen? Do you have the HTML skills? Maybe a little bit of Photoshop, maybe even a bit of JavaScript. Are you able to build something that looks like this? If the answer is yes, and if you're able to do it in a way that does not use third-party libraries, I'll accept Trongate, by the way, because Trongate is just pure code, you know, and it's V1 forever. If you're able to do that, if you have that skill, holy moly, I would like to be your business partner. But it has to be pixel perfect. This is the catch. It has to be exact, not similar. We don't want curvy buttons or anything. It has to be exact, precise, same colour, same font, same everything. Now, the person who has that skill, and this is something that you can learn in 2 weeks easily. I teach this at Speed Coding Academy, actually. If you have that ability, then you are a very, very dangerous person. I say dangerous in the way that Apollo might say Rocky's dangerous after a very successful training montage. I'm using it in the positive, you know. So you would be an incredibly dangerous person if you had that skill, you know. And so it's not even just for LastPass, but the ability to pick up any old design. So for example, if you can say, right, I like the design of the Apple website, I'm going to design something that looks exactly like it. And by the way, that chat thing cannot, I repeat, cannot, this GPT, it cannot do that yet. It's not even close. But if you can do that, holy moly, if you have the ability to give something a pixel perfect look and feel from your mind onto the screen, that person, I tell you, that person can do anything. That's a very, very dangerous developer. And here comes Stefan. Merry Christmas, Stefan. Ding, 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 ding. How on earth are you doing, Stefan? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's really great. I'm so glad that Stefan is here. And, he won't... Oh, and here comes Gia. It's Gia. Welcome, Gia. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. You know, I did a thing the other day, and I feel like a Kentucky Fried Idiot. I was talking about this LastPass thing, how it got hacked. I mean, it's all over the news, you know. And being the opportunistic character that I am, I started a GoFundMe. I was like, yeah, I'm going to do this, yay! And I chucked in my thing for the GoFundMe. And I thought, I'll run it on Twitter and just see how it goes. And as soon as I put it up, I thought to myself, I bet you Gear is the only person who donates. And sure enough, I woke up this morning and it said, secure your deposits now, or otherwise there will be refunds or something like that. And I looked on the GoFundMe and sure enough, just as I predicted, Gear has donated. Thank you, Gear. Listen, I think it's safe to say that GoFundMe is a complete non-starter. I don't know what I was even thinking of. So I really appreciate that donation, but I think it's safe to say you're probably not going to have to pay anything. I think the way GoFundMe works is you set a target, and only if you meet the target, then you get the donations. Well, I made the decision, I'm not going to make the target. I put in a target of $48,000. It's just never going to happen. But nevertheless, I appreciate the gesture. I appreciate it. I'm going to do the LastPass thing anyway, without the GoFundMe stuff. Now, as I was saying a minute ago, and I do hope you'll forgive me if I talk about code here on this special day, I think that web design and the ability to do a site exactly like you see this site we're looking at, could you build that? Could you do it exactly the same? I mean precisely the same. I'm telling you, the person who has that skill, man, you can do anything that you like. Anything at all. Now, for anyone out there who's a little bit, what's the word? A little bit lonesome, maybe. I mean, I know that Christmas can be a bit of a downer for some people, and we sometimes think of folks who are no longer with us and others who have moved on for whatever reason. Well, I have a couple of consolation statements. The first consolation statement is, at least you've got me, and you've also got others here. It may be a small community, but I'm calling it the greatest community in the whole of, well, maybe, let's just say I was going to say the whole of YouTube. Let's just say the whole web development genre. That's what I'm saying. So at least you've got us, right? You're here, and you're very welcome and all of that. But I can tell you that I am actually on my own. So, we're all on the same boat here. I'm here with Blackie, the cat. I'm looking after somebody's cat. Coco's down the road. I don't even have a microphone. This is just my laptop. So I'm just here on my own. And I'll tell you what my plan for the day is. I'm going to be hanging out here doing a wee bit of coding. And then later on, I'm so lucky I can go to my mum's, get a wee meal, and I'm really super grateful for that. That's great, So I'll head over there for probably quite a short while. And then tonight I'm going to come back here. I'll be on my own again. And I'm going to be watching the Doomcock channel, the Overlord DVD YouTube channel. He does a Christmas live stream. And I am a fan. I'm an absolute. It's one of the very, very few YouTube channels that I watch religiously. So that's where I'm going to be tonight. I am going to be heading to the Overlord DVD Christmas live stream. This one right here. So if you're hanging around later on tonight and you're looking for some place, for the misfits, that's where I'm going to be. I am just a spectator. I'm just going to be watching, just like most of you folks. But I'm not being paid or anything, but I would highly recommend it. I mean, the guy is funny, and he sings songs and everything like that. So there's always somewhere where you can go, like I say, apart from maybe 1 hour or 2 hours, I'm going to be on my own. But I'm fine with it. I'm 100% okay with it, And it's really great that I've got you folks here as well. How lucky is that, Anyway, once again, I think I've lost the screen. Now, hold on, where are you here? I'm all mixed up because I got these things. There you go. Okay, so Mario here says, I moved from LastPass to Bitwarden. Looks and working are not near to where LastPass was, but the one plus is that I was able to host my own copy. And you see, Mario, that's just the thing, innit? That's just the thing. You can do that because you have those skills, but 99% of people do not have those skills, and those other companies don't get it. So, right, I was saying yesterday, also late on, that what was I saying yesterday? Yeah, I was saying yesterday that there's a way to make something like this work. And I was saying, how do you do something like this? Make it free and still make fortunes by being free, being cool and everything. And the answer's quite obvious. You do advertising, specifically probably sending emails, So that's what I'm planning on doing with this. This is open source. This is on GitHub. I'm probably going to change the license, mind you, because I don't want somebody else just taking it all and running. And if they use it personally, that's fine, but I don't know if I'd be cool about them copying it and then putting a new logo on and selling it, you know. But in any event, what I've decided to do with this thing is I'm going to just clone LastPass. To hell with it. I'm just going to do a frigging clone. Pixel, let's all say it together, pixel for pixel. Because as far as I'm concerned, they have handled our data irresponsibly and they deserve no less. And if anything, I don't think they can do anything about that, actually. So, would you like to continue on that journey? I'm not going to nail it on one day, clearly, but I think I can give it a pretty good shot. That's what we're going to do. Oh, hallelujah. Oh, hallelujah. So, welcome to the LastPass Clonathon. Would you give me just a wee second till I get a wee drink of water? I'm so excited to be here. Hang on a minute. Alright folks, and thanks again for that yesterday and gear, and I really appreciate that, you know. None of that today though, it's all business, So I hope I don't seem too un-Christmassy if I start coding. Would that be okay with you folks? Alright, so let's chuck a wee bit of background music on. Not too much, but a wee bit. Alright, I hope I never blew anyone's head off there. Okay. So, let's begin. So as far as I'm concerned, this LastPass site is easy. It's the easiest thing ever. I could build the whole darn thing in 10 minutes using the Tongate code generator. However, the challenge with a project like this, as I said before, we have to get it as close to LastPass as possible. That is the determining factor, so that when people look at this, they simply say, when somebody says, what does it look like? How is that one? And they say, it's exactly like LastPass. What do you mean exactly? It's exactly like it in terms of look and feel, except this one's going to have better security and it's going to be open source. So, how do you like me now? How do you like me now? Oh, hallelujah. Let's make this thing look exactly like LastPass. Now, before we do this, actually, I am going to change my license. So, what's a software license that lets people copy and modify code for personal use, but prevents distribution and right, okay, so what's a software license that lets people copy and modify code for personal use but prevents distribution and commercial use? Okay. That's perfect. This is what we're talking about. But it does not permit the distribution. So that's the MIT no derivatives license. If you want to distribute, you'll need to obtain. Right, that's cool. So the CC by NC license allows users to share, distribute, and build upon a work as long as they give appropriate credit to the original creator, do not use the work for commercial, and do not distribute modified versions. That is it. That's the license that I want. So let's see, can you produce the entire contents of the license? Look at this. Isn't this incredible? So this is my new partner. And by the way, I don't know if you noticed this, yesterday we had some code written by this added to Trongate. So Trongate is now the first PHP framework that is partly written by AI. I had a wee upload last night with this. Anyway, I hope this keeps going. It does. Oh geez, it's going to run out of time. It won't get it. Yeah, it ran out of time. I thought it might. So we are going to have to just do a Google search for this thing. Don't know about this because I don't want them to distribute it as well. Commercial's a bit confusing, you know. Let's have a look here. Let's go with the MIT no derivatives license. Let's go with that one. I don't think that's the right one. Let's try again. Alright. Here we go. So it's this. Nah, I'm not into this one. I don't think that's the right license. I think I want to get something that is what's a software license that prevents allow that people to modify code but prevents distribution. I know I'm being a bit strict here, but I'm not having somebody copying and pasting my stuff and selling it, you know. Okay. Okay. Can you give me the text for that license? Let's try this. That's the wrong one. Nah, that's... Oh, this license does not allow the distribution of modified versions of this software. Okay, so... Alright, so what I'm going to do then is I'm going to copy that. Then let's go into our text editor. So I can get rid of this. Yeah, I'm not normally uncool, you know, but I reckon it's just one of those things. So let me go like this. Now let's just clarify, because a lot of people see MIT and they think they can do anything. I think that this is unusable actually, and I'll tell you why. This license does not allow distribution, but then it says the right to use, copy, modify, merge, public and distribute without limitation, and then it says does not allow the distribution, so that's just not right. Oh, jeez. Right, okay. So, I want to be quite clear. Software license that no, no free open source license may disallow commercial use. The whole purpose of free and open movements is altruistic. If you're making a project free, you're giving it under certain terms, which boil down to attribute it back to me. One of the tenets of these movements is that they do not blah, 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 blah. You can't say open source but not commercial, because that does exactly that. Okay, source available. Alright, so let me ask a question to my business partner here. So the question would have to be, is it possible for software to be both open source and for that software to also have a license that prevents okay. Yes, it's possible for both that. Open source is generally defined as software that is distributed with a license that allows users to access, modify and distribute. However, open source can replace various restrictions on how the software can be used. For example, Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial License is an open that allows you to okay. So general public license is an open source that allows users to access, modify and distribute. Nah, we don't want that. So it's got to be this. It's got to be that one. And I think that Stack Overflow is wrong. So where is the thing? Nah. You know what? Let's just do this. Alright, so here's our new license. It's going to be this one. Whether or not that's the right one, I don't know. But basically, alright, give me a wee minute. Okay. So we go like that. Then we go like that. Then we say that. Now let's look at the word distribute, because that's important, you know. So, you may distribute, publicly perform under certain terms. You must include a copy of the URI for the license along with this. You may not offer to impose any terms on the work that restricts. Alright, well it looks pretty darn scary to me. You may not exercise any commercial advantage. Right, okay. Right, that's the license. That is the license. And okay, so I'm going to just go like that. Okay, cool. That's it. That's it. And again, you know, I hope I'm not being uncool with any of that. I just feel that this is something worth getting right, you know? Okay, so there's some Christmas cheer to get you started off. Now let me get my screen together here. Okay, I'm slightly lost. It's this setup. Okay, I'm still as popular as ever. Or am I? Oh no, okay. I guess that's what happens when you do miserable license stuff. Alright, not to worry. We will move onwards and upwards and let's code. So, now that we've clarified that, I'm going to say get add all, get commit m changed license to actually I won't even say which basically means. Right, there we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, now let's move on, and we're going to do some cool stuff now that we've got all of that miserable stuff out of the way. So I'm gonna take this thing here and I'm gonna open all of these. These are the screenshots, and this is the code that I'm gonna try and build, you know? That's right. That is the code. Alright, so the first thing I think I'm going to do is get the colours sorted out. I want to get this as close as possible. Okay, so let's do that. Right. Oh, now this is some really good code here that I'm going to be using in the framework. I might do a wee bit of work on Trongate as well later on today. We have some cool code for that. Anyway, right. So, to get out the starting blocks, let's open up custom.css, and we're going to get these primary colours matching LastPass. Okay, so that one is on Bootstrappy actually. Okay, here we go. Good, that's our primary colour. Now, I am going to get primary dark as a wee bit darker. So that's primary dark. Then we're going to get primary darker, which is even darker. In fact, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. It's that colour right there. So something like that. Okay, so if we now take a little trip to our your passwords thing. And we're going to just make a couple of wee boxes here. So I'll just say boxes. We'll have a little div with a class of box, and we'll have 3 of them. So we'll call this one, box 2, and box 3, and I'll give all of them a little X here. Now I'm going to say in the styling that each of these is going to have a class of box. So let's just say that box has got a width of 300 and a height of 300 and a default background colour. Let's just say yellow, right? Okay, now boxes is going to have a display type of flex direction of row. So that's given us this. Now I'm going to say that box 1 is going to have a background colour of primary. Then box 2 is going to have primary dark. Box 3 primary darker. Okay, they're not quite working for me. I'm glad I did that. So let's get this one up here. So if I go like this, that's a bit better, right? Now check this out. I'm going to blow your minds. Okay. We're going to ask our new R2 unit, what hex value should be next in the following sequence? Check this. Oh. I thought it would have got that. Okay. The following hex codes Alright, let's check it out. It actually gave me a suggestion. Can you believe that? I mean, I'm sure there's other ways of doing it, but let's just see what that actually looks like, shall we? So primary, darker, and we'll have a wee refresh. Holy moly. Holy moly. Now that, my friends, is absolutely incredible what just happened there. I hope you're paying attention, you know. I think that was really, really cool. So now that we've figured that out, we can continue. It's really, really mind-blowing, isn't it? Alright. Now you remember that I was saying at the start that if anybody has the particular skill that I'd mentioned previously, then do let me know. Maybe we can do something cool, you know. Alright. Okay, so moving onwards. The next thing we'll do is we'll have a wee look at our picture here, and we're going to just see if we can replicate that look, you know. I know that this thing here is a bit weird, isn't it? So let me go to custom CSS and we'll sort that out. So we're going to say that if we hover, then the color is going to go white. Damn. There you go. Close enough for me. Now, let's see what else we can do. I think our items here have got to be exactly like this. So you can see that this thing has got a width of about 1120. And we're going to refresh. Okay, so items grid. So that's dot items grid. It's going to have a maximum width of 1120. There you go. So it's a wee bit wider. Now, what else have we got here? I'm seeing 4 of those. That's close enough. And then I'm seeing these colours here. So let's get 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's get 1, 2, 3. 4 if we count purple. Alright. I think we need 5. Well, there's a nice sickly yellow colour. So what I'll do is I'm going to head to config, site owner, and where we've got these matching colours, let's just get them exactly the same as this. So that was that, and that. So we've done 3. Now, there's a 4th. There's a 5th. And then finally, there you go, right? So as we now refresh this page, keep your eye on these 2 boxes here. You'll see that the colour changes and it just looks a wee bit more familiar, you know? It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. Alright. Okay. So let's now let's take a closer look and zoom into this. Okay, let me copy this. Okay, so that's going to be our font color, or rather it's going to be our link color. So if I go in here and inspect, you can see that on custom CSS on line 31 we've got this. So let's chuck in this blue colour, and there it is. It's really good, isn't it? I like it. Okay, good. Now we're going to do this thing here. Okay, so we're going to do this thing down here, right? And again, the key question here is, what do we want it to look like? Now, I reckon this is what we want, you know? And in fact, I think I'm going to get a logo here. So what font gets used for the LastPass logo? Oops. What font gets used for the LastPass logo? Okay. Can you give me the name of a font that is similar to the font used in the LastPass logo. Perfect. So let's try what is the CSS code for making a font family Futura. There you go. Look at that. Just amazing, isn't it? It's absolutely incredible. So we're going to have a little thing here called logo font. That's what logo font's going to do. Now if we go back over to this bootstrappy thing, right where it says logo, we're going to say logo font. Keep an eye on the top left. Here we go again. Done. You know what? I don't think that's even working. If we changed, okay, let's try another one. Let's try try that one. I don't think that's doing anything. Oh, it is. It is. Okay. Alright. Well, let's make the font weight bold. I wonder if we should do 3 dots just to really... What do you think? Two FA pass, yeah. What if we do it that way? Yeah, that's kind of good. I think that is quite good actually. Now, let's just say, for the purposes of clarification, So having all of these important things here is a wee bit of a downer. Okay. Right, so the next thing I want to do is get this plus sign happening here. So if we look at that, you'll see we've got this, and that's opening a thing called create password. I'm going to change that. So it's going to open up this. So it's going to be called add item. So when we click, we're going to have something like this. Hello you, give me a wee minute folks, will you? Alright.
first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
folks, and we are back. Hello to you, hello to you. Very nice to have you here. It looks like we have a few people in. Do we have a few people in? I think we do. Well, what do you know? I finally became popular. So it's, we have, oh, Simon popped by. Mamalino, where on earth have you been? Merry Christmas to you all. And Bunty J. Nice to see you. And here comes Jim. How on earth are you doing, Jim, from you? It's been a long time, and Merry Christmas to you. Very, very nice to see you indeed. As you can see, I'm a wee bit of a workaholic here. And I'm just going to do some coding, you know, but something a wee bit different. Hello, wee Blackie. I'm with Blackie here. Hello, Blackie. Come here, you. How are you doing? I see you. Yes, I see you. Oh, you're very nice. Oh, you're very nice. Let's try you off here. Hang on. Come on, you. Here you go. Here you go. Come on, you. Are you going to come on? Come on. You're in control, Blackie. It's all about you. Come on, Blackie. Here you go. There you go. Oh, I don't know what the wee thing wants. She's coming and just looking at me. Come here, what do you want? What do you want? There you go. There you go. Alright. I think we're alright. So, Merry Christmas, folks. I wonder if you're doing anything good today. I'm doing something good. I'm building a LastPass clone. The Christmas spirit in full formation. I think you'll agree. So, let's get this thing going and we'll get a wee thing. What am I talking about here? Right, so when we... Now, hold on a minute. Right, okay, so that's... Oh, give me a minute. Okay, so when I click on this, it's going to open a modal called Add Item. That's right, folks. I am a workaholic, but I can do a wee bit of this, right? Just before all of the, you know, other stuff happens, right? Okay, so we're now going to have a thing for adding an item. So this is the way LastPass has got it. You've got a button down here, you click it, and then you get a little pop-up. Now what we're aiming for is something that looks like this. We're actually quite close to it already. So I am going to head downstairs here. I'm going to say modal body. I'm going to do a little paragraph with a wee bit of lorem. And then we will refresh. This is so easy. It's so easy when you use the Tron Gate framework. Let me tell you that, folks. Just let me tell you that, won't you? Now I'm going to take this colour here, which is the modal heading on custom.js line 77. So custom.js line 77. And you can see that this modal heading says primary dark. I don't really agree with it. I'm going to make it just primary because I think it's too dark. So here we go, and we click, and there you go. Nice. Now we've given it a wee dark border again. I don't think we need that. So we'll go primary on the border. We're going to click, and there you go. How easy is this? Now, on our heading, we've got a thing that says two-way split, and it does a flex thing and space between and all of that stuff. But in actual fact, we can use this to do a three-way split. So if we go to our modal heading here, let's say this one up here. So what we can do is we can head to the modal heading. We're going to have 3 divs. This is exactly what is, well, I don't know if it's how they built their site, but this is how we're going to do it. The same effect here. Now on the left you can see that it says add item. Do you see that? Add item like that. In the middle they've got their logo. Now I'm going to just echo, and if we look at our config here, we've got a thing that says our name. So I'm just going to chuck in our name like that, and I'm going to add in a class of logo font, and then over on the right we'll have something else. Now if we just refresh this little beauty, click, no, that's not the right one. Let's click this one. There you go. Okay, now we are talking about our modal heading here, and we're going to add the class of two-way split, and that's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. Oh, hallelujah. Alright, now this two-way split thing, this thing here, there seems to be some kind of text transform going on of uppercase here for modal heading. I am going to take that out. So I'm going to just say text transform none. So watch the add item. If we click, oh, wrong one again. If we click, you can see there it is. I can also see that this font here is a little bit smaller, you know, so I'm going to copy that selector and then chuck it in here. Now just to prove that we have a gig, if I say something like color lime, you should see that that changes. See how it's gone lime? So what we're actually going to do is we're going to just bring that font size down a wee bit, maybe to 0.9em. On the other hand, we are on a mission to bring back the pixel, so maybe I'll do that. I don't know, I haven't decided. But in any event, I think that that's reasonably close. Oh no, it's not. It's not, because they're doing font weight bold. I tell you what, let's do font weight bold. Let's bring back the pixel. That's our mission here. And we're going to try this again. Here we go. Alright, maybe 15. And maybe 16. Yeah, that's kind of cool, right? So now I want to do a little thing on the right hand side for closing the thing. Now the way that we do that is we're going to find a little bit of code here, paste in here, let's refresh, and there it, oh, pardon, hang on, there it is right there. Now you can see that we have a little challenge with this thing here, and I think it's a challenge that should be sorted out. So if we look at our two-way split thing, it probably needs a wee bit of work if we're being honest, you know. So let's look at two-way split, and what I think we'll do is something like this. Let's say if it's two-way split and it's a direct descendant div of nth child even, now I can make the background colour some crazy colour just to prove that this works. So if I go like this, do you see how it's gone this mad colour here? So we could do the same with the odd ones here. Maybe give them a background colour of pink just for the moment. So as we click, you can see that they've now gone pink. So what we can do is we can say that the pink ones are going to have a width of 30%, and the other one is going to have a width of 40%. And hopefully that will centre that LastPass thing in the middle there. Alright, now the third one that we've got, indeed, let's make it that two-way split direct descendant div of, now let's look here, let's just say nth child 2, and then we'll also add in nth child 3. You know what? I think I messed up, because 2 would have a text align of center, and 3 would have a text align of right. There we go. That's what we're talking about. Oh, hallelujah. I'm going to enforce the font size here. Now, how's that doing? That's actually pretty darn close. I think that is pretty darn close. Yeah, that's acceptable. That is acceptable. I suppose I could raise the dots up a wee bit. So, well, we've got the site owner thing, and then we've got the our name. We could do a little span class. It's good to give them crazy names sometimes. You raise me up. So let's just do something for that. So we're just going to say top is minus, I'll say 0.3m, position relative. So watch the wee dots. Do you see how they've gone up a wee bit? Now clearly 0.3m is a bit too much, so maybe we'll try 0.2m. This is not too bad. Now if we look at the LastPass, they've got little spaces here going on. Well, okay, fair enough. So let's just sort that one out. So we're going to say letter spacing is, maybe let's just mess around. We'll say 4 pixels, right? Just mucking around. Not too bad. Let's try 3 pixels. I kind of like it. Now, the thing is also going to have a margin left, let's just say of 0.3m. There you go. There you go. I could also say the font size alright, I think that's going to be close enough for us, right? So there's what we have, and this thing here is for adding an item. Now what they've got is something that looks a bit like this. Let's get the width sorted for a starter here. So the width doesn't have to be totally exact, but what they've got is approximately 851. We'll call it 850, okay? So for the add item, which is this one here, we're going to enforce that height restriction. Now in order to do that, we're going to inspect and we're going to look at this modal thing here and ask the question, what is it that is making that the width that it is? Well, you can see right there it says max width 570. See that? So if we say then we're talking about a modal with a class of that, now I'm going to just say let's just say opacity 0 or opacity 0.2. It's just so that I know that this is working. So here we go. Okay, it probably isn't. Never mind. Let's just say max width. I don't know why I did the opacity thing. Here we go. There you go. So that's now 850 wide, and that sets us up very nicely to do this thing here. Now our time symbol is bold, theirs is not bold, but I'm okay with that, you know. I'm pretty okay with that. So let's take a look at what they've got then. They've clearly got a grid and they've got some icons here. I think it would be dangerous and foolish for me to use their icons. I think that would be going too far. So we'll make our own icons, right? Now, we're going to have inside this modal here. So it's the one for add item, remember? Okay, so we've got this modal body area here. And what we're going to do is we're going to say, how about modal body grid? Now, you can see that if we do div and multiply by 8, right, we can then think about chucking in icons in just a minute here. I mean, we'll figure that out in a minute, right? But now that we've got some idea of the HTML, I hope you can see me, but can you see my screen? Okay. So now that we've got some idea of the HTML, let's bring the HTML to life. I don't really care where this thing goes, but let's just chuck in modal body grid. We're going to say display type is grid, grid gap is 1em. Then we're going to say grid template columns, repeat 4 times at 1 FR a pop. Now what's that going to do, I hear you say? Here's your answer. So as you can see, everything is now very nicely laid out here. Okay, next let's get the actual things sorted out. Now I'm going to do a wee trick here. And the trick is that when this page loads, I don't want to have to keep clicking this button every time I'm working on this. Do you see this thing here? So what I'm going to do is we're going to add a wee bit of JavaScript down the bottom of this page, and when the page loads, we're going to just say open modal add item. So now I don't need to click that. When I refresh, it just pops up, which really makes life a whole lot easier. In fact, if you want to be really crazy, you could do a set timeout, but I'm not going to bother. I was going to do an interval and have it keeps on opening, but this will do. This is fine. Thank you very much. It's fine. So over to the CSS here, we're saying modal body grid direct descendant div. Now, do we have a border? No, we don't. But I'm going to put one in just for the moment. Maybe a wee 1-pix green one, and we'll take it out in a minute, okay? So if we refresh, there is our icons, and don't they make you feel good? So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to make each of these divs have a display type of flex. We're going to align item center, and we're going to justify content center. Also, you can see that we've got an icon, then text underneath. That tells us that the flex direction is going to be a column. So we'll head on back here, we're going to refresh, and look at the beautiful icon. It's fantasticola. Now I'm going to look at the minimum height of these icons, and I'm just going to take a guess. I'm going to guess it's something like that, okay? Let's say 115. So for each of these divs, I'm going to just say minimum height is 115 pixels, and I'll just say, well, I don't need to say width is auto. That should do us, and there you go. Thank you very much indeed, and you all know that my name is the web developer extraordinaire. Now, for our little modal body grid, I'm going to do a little margin downstairs of 3em. actually, let's make it padding. No, we'll make it a margin. So we'll just have a wee refresh here again. Here we go. And you can see I'm giving it just a wee bit of breathing space. Isn't it fantastic? Yes, yes it is. So now we're on to the business end of this, which is of course adding in the actual icons. Now I'm going to use Font Awesome icons here. I'm not going to steal their pictures. I think that would be totally unethical and illegal, and we don't want to do anything that is unethical or illegal. So let me just say, for all of these things, we're going to say let's have an icon with a class of FA, and we'll just say something like FA lock, just as a sort of starter for 10, you know. And as we refresh, we get something like that. So what we're going to do now is we'll head back to where the CSS is, and we're going to say that if we're talking about the modal grid body direct descendant div with a class of FA, then the font size is going to be nice and big. Let's go with 33 pixels. That's not too bad. Now let's compare it to what we've got. Oh, it's tiny. We'll double it, okay? Let's take 64 in tribute, of course, to the great Paul McCartney. And there it is. I think you'll find it's just about perfect. Alright, so now we're going to add in meaningful icons. Alright, meaningful icons. Do you hear me, people? That's right. So let's just go like this. So right here, you know, when you think about it, these little divs have actually got kind of like two divs inside them. The first div contains an icon, something like that. And the second one contains some text. So in this case, maybe the word password, like that. Now I'm going to take these little beauties out, and then we'll refresh. And isn't that fantastic? Alright, now on our custom CSS, I think the font size could do with coming down just a wee bit here. I'm also going to say let's have a text transform of uppercase on those letters there. So as we refresh, there you go. Let's also say, if we're talking about the direct descendant divs here, I'll just make the font red so you can see it. I want to deal with this thing, so let's copy that selector. Okay, so basically we have to just say div nth child 2 here. I think that's it. So as we refresh, oh you miserable such and such. Let's do that again. Alright, here we go. So it's our modal body grid. Well, I don't know if I can even believe it. Did I not do this right? Did I not do this right? Okay. Okay, let's try something else. Let's try background color cyan. Okay, that's good. Now, let's take out this opacity here. For some reason, my selector thing's just not playing ball, you know? So if we do that, okay, that's that. And then if we think of a direct descendant div of nth child 2, you miserable thing. Alright, so I think that maybe that has to be the one. Alright, that was a bit embarrassing, but we got there eventually. So what, after all of that, what do we want to actually do here? Well, if you look at the font, it's a wee bit smaller. So I'm going to just say font size 21 pixels, and we'll give this another try. Oh, yeah, that's pretty cool. Actually, I think it's even smaller than that. Okay, that'll do us. That'll do us. I feel as if we should make that font weight bold, just because we can. I know that it's kind of different. No, we shouldn't. Isn't it funny how sometimes you have these ideas? Right, there we go. So that's the vibe. Now, the next question is, what colour is this font going to be? Well, I'm going to zoom in. I can see that they've got this font for the icon, right? So if we say something like that, then the colour is going to be something like that. Ah, that's good. Now let's look at the font itself. It looks like the font's just grey. I imagine it changes colour if you hover over it though, and maybe we'll do that later on. But first of all, let's get the different bits and pieces added. So we've done the one for password, right? Now let's get rid of that green border, and we're going to add in the other ones that they've got, right? So if we have a wee look here, what we got, we've got secure note, right? So let's head up here, and we're just going to copy, go like that, and we're going to say, oh geez, that was the wrong one. That was the wrong one. Here it is here. So we're just going to say secure note. Now the symbol they've got for that is really just a wee text thing. So if I say text file O, nope, alright, I'm going to need to call upon R2. What is a good font awesome icon for secure note? Check this out. I think we'll go with file alt. Alright, so it's going to be file alt, and now we're doing that. You miserable such and such. FA file. Darn. It might be file O. Alright, that's, I suppose, kind of good enough. Kind of good enough. In fact, you know what? Good enough, my ass. Let's do this the ninja way. Alright, now I'm not going to really create a new module here. All I want to do is look at these and see what they've got. Okay, so archive, file, PowerPoint, file text, that, and on it goes. Okay, file text O is the one that I'm going to use. File text O. So here we go. Now, is that going to look okay? There you go. Perfect. Now, I'm going to have to lay these things out a wee bit, and I know that the spacing's not 100%, but we can do that in a minute, right? Let's just keep going with this in the meantime. Now, we've got an address here. So let's just say FA. I think we've got address book. Perfect. Now again, we can refine the way that the spacing is in just a minute, right? But it's something like that. And then as we move along here, we've then got payment card. Now, you can see, by the way, that we've got a payment card here. So it's FA credit card. So here we go. There's our first row. Not too bad, Dash, not too bad. Alright, now the next row we're going to go straight into it here. Because we've done the grid thing, it should just lay out nicely. And as you can see from our diagram, we've got a thing called bank account. So this is going to be FA-bank, and we're going to just say right in here, bank account, and here we go. Beautiful. Alright, now we're going to do a wee bit of work and just sort this spacing out on this little thing. So I'm going to bring back the border again, just for the moment. So there's our borders, and then I'm going to say that the actual two divs in here are also going to have a border of 1 pix green solid, and it'll just help to see a wee bit clearer, I think, what's going on here. So what we could do is we could say space between, and you can see that that kind of forces the things apart. Now, I wonder if this could work. Let's try space around so it's not as extreme. Yeah, that's kind of good, kind of good. How about, I think I've got this. If we make it so that the minimum height is about, let's just say 100. That gives us that. Now that looks darn perfect to me. So if we do that, but then we could say that the grid gap is something like 1.6 m, which would give us that. And I think that's it. I think that's perfect. Okay, so there you go. Not too bad, Dash, not too bad. There you go. Isn't that fantastic? I think so too. Now another thing that I've noticed is we're very close to that red part here. So I think we'll add just a wee bit of breathing space there, you know. So you can see that on our grid we've got a margin bottom of 3m. Let's do a margin top of 1m. Just to give it a tiny wee bit of breathing space, and there you go. It's fantastic. Alright, so now we have a gig. I'm going to say cursor pointer. So now when I hover over this, you'll see that the cursor changes. We can also close. There you go. So we're going to have it so that it does something when you hover. Now the question is, what shall we do? Well, perhaps we could do the following. We could say that this thing here if we hover over it, the colour is going to go steel blue. Do you see the icons changed here? Or even, I wonder if we could do this. Nah, we can't. Okay, here's what we'll do then. I'm going to do a wee bit of JavaScript. I don't know a better way of doing this. If you know a better way of doing this, then please let me know. Okay. Let's do a wee bit of JavaScript magic. When this page loads up, init grid init modo grid boxes. So function init modo grid boxes. Okay. So let's just keep an eye on the console here. You can see that it says rock and roll. So what we're going to do then is we're going to say const modo grid boxes is document query selector all, and it's that one. Now I'm going to say for each of those little beauties, I'm going to add in an event listener. I'm going to listen for a click event. Actually, click's the wrong event, it's a hover event. Or we could say, I think we can say mouse over. Okay, so here we go. So things loading up. Oh, you miserable thing. Now, was that the event type that let us down? Jeez, oh. So let's copy that selector and okay, let's just say event. Oh gee, right, const clicked element is event dot target clicked element dot style dot background color is yellow. I'm just trying to see if I can get it doing something, you know. All right. Okay, now it's saying length is 1 there. just go like this. Again, I'm just trying to identify the thing, you know? Alright, well at least we got that, right? Okay, so let's see if we can make this happen. Okay, now it's not quite that, it's this one. There it is. So what we're going to do then is I'm actually clicking this and nothing is happening. So I don't quite know why that's the case. Set time out. Let's wait like 3 seconds. And let's just say undefined reading style. So set time out. Oh, it might be. Could it be because that's a constant? Maybe? Let me try var. No. Okay. That's really strange, isn't it? Alright, let me just try something and just make sure no missed anything obvious here. Isn't it funny how it's the simple things that trip you up? Alright, on click, okay, Shenton, I appreciate that. Barial is here, Sabovan, yep, good to see you folks, thank you Shenton. I am programmers here in full formation. Shenton says add an on click. Well, yeah, I could add an on click. Yeah, I could do that. I'll do that. I mean, that's kind of like you know, a part of it, right? So if I said something like on click equals let's just say maybe open add password, something like that. Let's give that a wee try before we get carried away. So we'll have a little function open add password. Alright, here we go. Yeah, well, I like that. The only thing is that I want it. Right, I'll tell you exactly what I want to do, and I'll get my new business partner to do it for me. Have you met my new business partner yet? Here he is. So I'm going to say in CSS, how do you write a class that makes child elements change color when the parent element is hovered over? I told you I have a good business partner, you know. Well, that is fantastic, right? And I never knew that. Did you folks know that? I've been trying to figure that one out for years. Never even knew it. So what we can do then is, now that we've figured that out, we can get rid of this stupid init modal grid boxes thing. We can just get rid of it completely. Head over to the CSS, and we're going to do something like the following. So the vibe is the parent element is this. So what we do is we say we chuck in the parent element and we hover, and if that happens, then the child element, which is defined as being this, changes color. Or maybe not. Right, if we think of that, then we do that, and then that. Okay. I wonder if I can say dot child. You never know. Nah. Okay, well in that case, let's copy this selector and we'll paste in like that. I don't know what I'm doing wrong there. I have no clue what I'm doing wrong. Maybe I should do something like that. These are all hard reloads that I'm doing, by the way. Well, that has me stumped. I had the answer and the answer doesn't work. Well, oh gee. Grid boxes on click, okay. I'm sure there's a way of doing it without JavaScript though, you know. Right, here's an idea. Suppose we do that, right? Now, this is caveman coding coming up. You can see that we've at least got the text change color here, right? So at least there's that. And maybe we could do something like this where we chuck in a wee I, you know? Damn. Maybe a wee FA. I think I might just go with this, you know. It's funny how it's the simple things that trip you up, innit? Alright, last try. I mean, that's just so weird, isn't it? Well, I'm going to look it up. CSS to make child elements change color when parent element is hovered over. I mean, that does seem to be the code. Oh, there you go. Looks like we might have it. That's it. Alright. Now, I don't know if steel blue is the right colour, by the way. So because we are complete perfect, and by the way, how did that work? Before we go any further. Let me take... there's the answer. So we had to do 2 of those rules. The rule was good, it's just that we had to do it twice, you know. So that was pretty darn cool. Now let's get the correct blue colour here. We are, of course, the greatest developers on earth, and as such, that's the kind of things we do. So if anybody's wondering how did I get it working, the answer is you have to do that rule twice. I never even knew it. Okay, so there's our colour right there. Now I'm going to make that the secondary colour. Okay, there it is, the secondary colour. In fact, I'm feeling kind of crazy. So let's do a secondary that's a wee bit darker. And another one that's a wee bit darker still. Okay, so back over to our bootstrappy, what on earth is it called again? The thing. This thing here. So instead of saying steel blue, we're just going to say var secondary. So watch this now. Pretty cool, right? Of course, if we wanted to, we could have also, do you know what? I'm an idiot. I should have used the green as the base colour. Apologies for that. Let me do this again. Yeah, that's much better. That's much better. Okay, let's just go like that. I'll keep the secondary colour though, you know, won't do any harm. So now as I'm hovering, that's quite good, isn't it? It's subtle, you know. Wonder if we could brighten it up a bit. I think we should. Perhaps this colour? Ah, there we go. That's really good. And just to be smug, why don't we add in a little transition? of 0.3 seconds. Aye, that's good. So I'm just going to say, if we're talking about either the div or the FA, we'll do a transition. I'll make it a huge transition so we can really see this working. There you go. Do you see it changing? It's really gradual, but it is there. So the magic numbers that we're into are usually 0.3 and 0.6 looks good. 0.3 is good, that's quite sharp. Okay, that's excellent. That's really, really excellent. So how about this? Aren't we getting there, folks? Yes, we are. And that's obviously not right, but this one is. And I think it looks really, really good. Okay. Okay. Now, let's get the thing working. You can see that I had added add open password here. I think this may have been a mistake. I think we should have said open add item. And I think that we should have passed in an item type and an index value. So in the case of the ones up here, maybe we could just say that the item type is password, for example, and we can leave the index out, make it an optional thing. So let's add this to each and every one of these things, right? Okay, so we are going to say secure note, address, payment card. I mean, I could use JavaScript or something to work out what the thing is, but I'll just do it this way. Okay, so now it's running open add item, but this one is going to take in an item type and an optional index. So we're going to click, there you go. Okay, now let's have a switch statement. Back to my business partner. How do you do a switch statement in? I know that they're all the same, but I just like to, oh jeez. All right. So here we go. Now the default, we're not going to have a default actually, but we are going to go through each of these different options here. So if the item type is password, then we're going to just say open password modal, and again I'll pass in this index here. No, we won't. Let's just do that. So we'll say function open password modal. Now what that's actually going to do is it's going to close the modal that's open first of all. So when we hit that, you can see that it closes it, right? Then we're going to do a little set timeout. Maybe we'll wait like half a second. So we do that, we wait a very short space of time, but then we are going to have Alright, so let's take maybe this thing here, which is called create password, right? Now I'm going to go to open password modal, and the idea is we'll just say open modal, and this one is called create password. So watch this, it's going to close one and then open another. That's it. Needs a wee bit of work, but I think it's pretty cool, you know. Now I'll bring this down to 1/4 of a second here. So when we hit that, it goes like that. Here it is again. Like that, okay? So now my job is to make the second one look kind of decent. Now, let's go back to Photopea for that. And you can see this is what we're looking for here. I think the design is crazy, by the way. I think it looks kind of inconsistent there. In any event, you can see that the width is 805. So we're going to go to so we're going to say modal. Now this modal that we've got here has got an ID of create password. And the width is, oh, it says 805, we'll just go with 800, right? So if we save, we're going to click, there you go. Now already that's starting to look kind of decent, I think, you know. So what else have we got happening on our thing? Well, if we look at the top, you can see that we've got a maximize. That's stupid. Then we've got add password, then all items. I mean, it's just not consistent, you know. It's, if they were building it in a consistent manner, you can see that this has got a format of here's what you're doing, here's the company logo, here's how you close it. I think it's a mistake. Do you hear me, people? I think it's a mistake to change that. I really do. So I'm not going to change it. If I ever end up in court with LastPass and they say, hey man, you stole our design, I'll say, no, I didn't. Just watch the video. So here's our model heading. Now I'm going to look at these model headings. There's a few of them actually. If we look up here, it just says add password. Which probably makes a lot more sense, right? So add password, there's our close thing. Funnily enough, they don't have an icon. Interesting. See, I would have had an icon here if it had been me. I would have had that. So then you get that. And the funny thing is, yeah, I think I'll keep that. So that's looking quite good, isn't it? The delay there needs to be reduced though. There you go. So that's almost instant. Boom. Perfect. Alright, I think I'll do a wee commit here. Now, yesterday I designed this thing and I thought it was really cool, but even though I like it, I think it has to be as close to this as possible. There's no two ways about it. And that's exactly what we're going to have. Now, the first thing I can see is that this modal here is a slightly different colour, I think. What we got? F2, F4, F5. Yeah, why not? So let's just go to custom CSS. I'll just say that modal body, we'll give it a crazy background colour here. Alright, now if we take our primary colour, I'm going to show you a trick. So if we go like that, obviously that looks hideous, but did you know that we can add 2 extra digits and change the opacity? So if I do something like that, you can kind of see how it becomes clear, you know, and as we go on down these numbers close to 0, it gets clearer and clearer to the point where it's barely even noticeable. So there's all the 2s, and finally there is all the 1s. And I think it just makes it, well, I think it's quite good, you know. I think it makes it well, maybe, hold on a second. That's the colour. So it's barely noticeable. But yeah, that's it. That's really good. Okay, so let's think about the actual form then, right? What have we got here? So you can see they've got a URL goes right along the top. Then they've got a name, folder, username, password, and then they've got notes here. So, what's the best way to lay this out, do you reckon? Okay, here's what I reckon's the best way. I reckon we should go to where this form is. Here it is right here, right? And I'm going to take all of this stuff out. So now we have pretty much an empty form here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put everything inside a div. So if we look at our thing, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these little things, right? And then we've got the footer thing, which we'll deal with in a minute. But you can see that we've got one call, then that's a two call, then that's a two call. So we're going to change this so that it says two call. And then we've got one call all the way thereafter. Now where we've got these two calls, I'm going to say class equals two call. I don't have a two column class anywhere, but I'm going to have it here, right? And okay. So let me just keep on moving with this. I'm going to say in here, form element. Form element. And of course we've got two of these. There's a million different ways of laying this out, but this is the one I'm going to go with, you know. So we get something that looks a wee bit like that. Now, I don't want to have to keep clicking this darn thing every time the page opens. So what we're going to do is we'll do another wee set time out here where we maybe wait like, I don't know, that long, and then do that. So now I just refresh the page. Okay, there you go. So that's going to save a wee bit of time, right? So let's go back up to this form here, and I'm going to give this a class of password form. Alright, now over on custom CSS, let's just say that the direct descendant divs have got a border of 1 pix red solid, which gives us that. Alright, now on the password form, if it happens to be too called, I'm going to just say background colour cyan just so I can see it. So we've now got this, right? So something like this, and I think that that's quite good. I think that's pretty good. It's a bit basic, but I think it's workable. Later on, when I get it looking good on mobile devices, we can add in, you know, what can we add in? We can add in media queries, you know. So, shall we dance? Oh yes, we shall. Now let's have a look at our Photoshop again. You'll see that we've got a little form label up there. So we're going to do the same type of vibe here. Going to head in here. Going to go like this. Now their form label says URL. Ours is also going to say URL. They use semicolons. There you go. They don't have a placeholder, which is interesting. I didn't expect that. So let's take that out. And now we're just going to refresh that. Okay, now it's missing out a wee bit here because it's looking for attributes. We don't have any attributes. Alright, that's us. Okay, now let's do the other form elements. So we've got name, folder, username, and then site password. Alright, so name, then folder. Now that's a drop down, but we'll deal with that in a minute. Okay, that's cool. And then underneath that we've got username. So username, site password. Pretty cool. And then underneath that, so underneath that we're going to have notes. This is going to be a text area. We're going to just say notes. Okay, that's pretty good. And then finally we get our submit button. Now let me take this all out here. Okay, cool. So now our job is to somehow get this looking decent, you know. We'll start off by getting rid of the miserable cyan thing. Which gives us that. Next, I'm going to get rid of this green border. Next, I'm going to get rid of the red border. Okay, so that's not too bad. Now, what else? Okay, so a couple of things I'm noticing here. One is that their form is a lot smaller and it has sharp corners, you know. So if we think about this thing, which has a class of password form. I mean, I might do this to all of the forms, you know. But I'm going to just say that the font size is 0.9em and just bring it down a wee bit. Alright, now I don't know if you noticed the difference there, just to show you that it did work. Alright, so we do have control over that. So I'm bringing it down 0.9, I'm saying. Okay, now I think we can go even more. Okay, that feels quite good to me. Now I'm going to inspect this element here, and then we'll copy this selector. And I'm going to just say that input type text site wide has got a border radius of 0. You can see that that's now kind of sharp, you know. Let's do the same with the text area thing. There you go, perfect. Now, for the form label, I'm going to say that the font weight is bold. And I think that that's starting to look quite close to it. Yeah, I think that's looking quite good. And I could even say that the font size, I wonder if we can bring it up a wee bit. That'll be too big. But now how's that? Okay, I'll bring it back to a font weight of normal. Okay, that feels quite good to me. Having said that, the font is a bit heavier, isn't it? Tell you what, let's zoom in. wow, it's pure black. Maybe that's the key. Alright, let me try something else. Font weight, I'm going to just use numbers here. Nah, I think that's it. I think that's as good as we're going to get here. So that's our thing. Now let's take this little beauty here, and we're going to say that if we happen to have, well, let's copy this selector here. Perfect. There you go. That's really good, isn't it? Okay, so you hit that, and you get that. I like it. Now let's look at the actual buttons. The buttons are rounded, and I think that we're okay with those buttons. Yours are slightly different, but that's alright. Their button says save, our button says submit. There you go. Now, those buttons have both got the equal widths here, as you can see. So I'm going to say that if we happen to be inside a modal and we've got a button, or maybe even to be a little bit more exact, alright. Let's just chuck in a minimum width of like 12M, you know. There you go. Pretty easy, right? Now, I could add yeah, I could add the following. Let's look for that save button. And we could add a little thing here that says top border. Or maybe top divider. So here, we could simply say something like border top 1 pix, that. Okay, now this is going to have margin top. It's not exactly like it, but it doesn't really have to be, you know. As a matter of fact, you know what? To hell with it. Let's just take that out. That'll do me. It's close enough for now, right? So, now that we've done that, I think I'd like to get these hover effects working, you know, like this. Okay, so we want to get something like this working. It's not quite right, as you can see. Now this is quite good. That is very similar, I think. Alright, cool. Okay, so let's get these things working right so that when we hover over them, they're going to behave in a manner that we might like, you know. So if I take you back here, you can see that when we hover over one of these, a couple of interesting things happen. One is we get these buttons that overlay here, and they will overlay even right over the font if need be, or the text here. And then we get this button that appears that says launch, and as you can see, the button is a little bit transparent. And that is exactly what we are going to do, okay? And that happens when you hover, by the way. Now that is going to have to be a mouse over event. I want to just have a quick word with my business partner here in JavaScript. When should you use hover, and when should you use mouse over? Oops. Damn, I need to type it again. That was what my mistake was earlier on. So we add an event listener of mouse over. Right, that's excellent. That's really, really excellent. So it looks like it's mouse enter that we do here, you know. So let's copy this and let's just say, now this is saying listen for icon clicks here. That is referring that's referring to these things, right? But now we're gonna listen for item clicks. This code is going to really need cleaned up, but listen for item clicks. So what this does, we're gonna look at these little beauties. So basically, okay, copy that selector. So I'm going to say const item boxes is document query selector all. We'll chuck that in. We'll get rid of this nth child 1 thing. We don't need that. Now we're going to say for the item boxes, let's add an event listener. Let's give this a wee test. Now check this. Do you see how when I hover it changes blue? That is exactly what we want. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, gee. Apologise for that. Now, am I right in saying the opposite of mouse over is the opposite of mouse over mouse out? Is that right? Yes, that's right. Okay, so let's do this thing. And we're going to just say that the background colour well, let's just say remove attribute style. Okay, now that is going to be mouse out. So here we go. Alright, we've got some very strange effects going on here that are overriding our fantastic blue effect that we want here. You can see that, right? So we're going to take that out. Now let's just see if we can find this thing. Now I'm seeing a class of website name. Here it is right here. And there's all sorts of styling going on here. I'm going to try and remove it. First thing I can see is a thing that says cursor pointer, you know. And I think this is it here. So if I say something like opacity 0.1 and then hover, aye, that's it. Now obviously I want to get that applying to the, not only the image. Well, you know what, let's not worry about that. Let's just take this off here. Got you. Right. So I've kind of just made a little bit of a distinction here. Maybe we can bring this back actually. And let me show you why. So do you see how that says mouse enter? Let's do mouse over. Ah, now that makes a whole lot more sense, doesn't it? That's really, really good. Okay, excellent. Now, I do want to get rid of that cursor pointer thing. I don't think it's helping us. I don't think that's helping either. See that? So that's custom line 40. So around about here you can see that this is actually a link that we've ended up with here. So I'm going to go to website name. Yeah, this should not be a link. Alright, that's cool. And so alright, let's just say tell you what, let's take this colour, this kind of green colour. In fact, what have they got on the site? What do they have? I think that's the same as that kind of green colour they've got. So I'm gonna I'm gonna grab that. Alright, that's good. Okay. So what we're going to do then is, instead of if I take you back to this mouse over thing, instead of saying this style background colour is blue, and I never knew that you could say this, by the way. I would have said item boxes I, but that's kind of cool. But what we'll do is we'll just say this, and then we'll just say add item box buttons, and we'll pass in this. So I'm going to go function, add item box things, and I'm just going to say that this is some kind of element. So if we console.log element .inner HTML, we should hopefully have something that's a wee bit meaningful here. Add this .add item boxes is not a function. Ah, okay. I think that's what we want. Here we go again. And that is fantastic. So what we're going to do then is, we're now in this thing here. So I'm going to say const parent element is element dot parent node. We can console.log the parent.outer HTML just to prove that we have a gig. And that is exactly what it's given us here, as you can see. Having said that, do we even need that? Maybe not. Maybe if we just console.log the elements outer HTML, you'll see that that's a card body. Aye, that's fine, that's fine. Okay, so we've now selected the actual element, and what we're going to do, exactly like LastPass here, we're going to do something like this. So this is basically two elements being added. One is a launch button, and the other is these wee three buttons here. Let's start with a launch button, right? So I'm going to say const launch btn is document dot create element. Now let's just assume that this element is going to be a div. Let's also say, actually we'll call it the launch button div, right? So let's say that that has got an ID of launch button, okay, and then we're going to say const launch button is document dot create element button. Let's say launch button set attribute ID something like that. Then we're going to say launch button inner HTML, just like they've got here. We'll just say the launch like that. Then we're going to say element dot append child of launch button div, but of course we're going to say launch button div append child of launch button. There you go. So here it is. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. Now, when we do the mouse over thing, we're going to say remove launch button, or remove launch button elements. There's going to be a few of them. So we're going to just say function that, and then we're going to say, do you see how that's called launch button div? Simple as that. So now there it is. Pretty cool, right? All right. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to position this launch element button somewhere kind of meaningful, you know. So let's take our launch button div, and I'm going to give it a big old border so that I can see it. Now hang on, that pop-up's becoming a wee bit irritating, isn't it? Alright. Oh, jeez. Alright, there we go. So you can see our launch button div there doing its thing. Now let's do something meaningful with it. We're going to say position. Now we don't want to say relative, we probably don't want to say fixed. I'm going to say absolute, right? And that's probably quite close to what we want. Now let me say top is 0, left is 0. Where the hell is it? Ah, gee. Now why would it do a thing like that? Yeah. Alright, I've got an idea. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put in position absolute, which gives us this, right? Then we're going to get this element here. Now that element, if we just copy the selector here, okay. So if we say const item image, let's say, is document query selector that, right? Now supposing we said const item image shape is item image dot get bounding client rect, then we could say you know what, this is bullshit. Let me have a chat with my business partner. How do you have a div inside a holy moly, that's brilliant. That's just brilliant. What it has given me here is just a million times better than than what I actually had, you know? So that is just fantastic. So let me that's really, really incredible. It's managed to do something that I never even thought was possible with CSS. It's keeping it as an all CSS solution, you know? So let's take that out. Alright. It's really, really mind-blowing, this, you know. So basically, if we say that this has got a class of parent, right, which is pretty much what it's suggesting, And then we get a class of child. So let's just chuck that right in here. And then a little bit of CSS magic here. That is astonishingly good. Holy moly. That is astonishing. I cannot believe how good that is. That just changes everything. It just changes everything. I never thought that that was possible. It's just amazing, isn't it? Looks like they've even added a delay in. Is that a delay? I don't even know. But it's absolutely incredible, you know? Jeez, I'm blown away. I'm absolutely blown away by this. So, let's get our launch div sorted out. I think it's going to take a while just to get used to the fact that we now have the power to do stuff like that. I mean, I'm kind of in the habit of making life difficult, you know, and searching around and phoning people and just causing all sorts of hassle. But we have to become comfortable with the idea that we've now got AI here. This stuff is real. And it's here to help, you know? And it's going to take some getting used to, you know, there's no question about it. All right. Now, if we look at the code here, we've got this launch div thing going on. For the moment, let's just give it a little yellow background color. Okay. So now I'm going to say that the height is, I wonder if we can do 50%. Nope. Maybe we should say margin top. Now hold on, what are we looking for here? Let me try this. That's good. So if I make it something like 30%, let's say. That's brilliant. And we can make it so that the width is 80%. Alright, so it's this child element actually that is going to have a width of, I'll call it 88%. That's about right. Now maybe 70 is a bit more like it. I like that. I do like that. So the launch button is going to have a width of 100%. It's also going to have a margin top of 0. And it looks like we've got a wee bit of padding going on here, so let's just say that the padding top is 1M. Downstairs 1M as well. That's very, very close, you know. I think that we're just about there. So, okay, that's pretty cool. Now, the launch button here, when we hover, just for the moment, I'll keep the background colour the same. I may change it later on though. Pretty good, right? And the last wee touch that we had there was opacity. This thing is slightly see-through. You can see that right there. I mean, it's faint, but it is slightly, see the wee padlock just vaguely coming through. So that's what we're going to have. I'll have to fix those padlock things, by the way, they're looking kind of crap. But this is looking alright, for sure. And again, I can fix the way that it loads. Now, what is the CSS for a double border? What is the CSS to give a button a double white border? How good is this? How good is that? Nah, actually I don't like it. That's what I want. So it would be that. Nothing to do with box shadow. So you can see that the AI is not always right, you know. Alright, here we go again. Ahaha, that's quite good. I quite like that. So if I bring that down to 1 pix and that down to 2 pixels, that's really good. Now I wonder if I can change the transition to 0. Okay, so what is the CSS for changing all transitions on an element to 0? There it is. That's really, really good. I'm loving that. I'm absolutely loving that. Alright, so now we're going to do the buttons here. This is a key part of the whole thing. We want these buttons here on the bottom right hand side, and we want to make them look exactly and precisely like the way they are on the thing. Alright, now we did already have some code that made this happen. If I bring up my trusted business partner, Yeah. So we can take this code here, in fact, and yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this launch div and give it a background color of yellow, simply so that I can see the thing, you know. I'm going to just say that the minimum height is 400 for no particular reason. Right. Okay, so what if I said that the minimum height is 100%? Okay, what if I said that display is flex, flex direction is column, and the minimum height is 100%? Nothing. Okay. Okay, I've got it. I'm going to say, how can we modify the child element so that it has the same size and position as the parent element? To modify the child so that it says the same size and position as the parent element, you do this. It's just absolutely incredible. It's just incredible, folks. I mean, I cannot believe these technologies that we are now dealing with. I really, really think it's absolutely game-changing, you know. So let's do this thing again. We'll just chuck in parent and child, right? And we'll have a wee refresh here. That's brilliant. Just brilliant. So if we now go back to our own custom code, we don't really need this stuff anymore, and we don't need this. So you can see that, you know, this thing is here. Now let me just say minimum height is 100%. So now that's taken up 100% of the thing, which is perfect. Perfect. So that's our launch div, right? Now, we are gonna do a couple of wee tweaks here. Let's find the launch div. Here it is here. And we're gonna have a little div here that will contain our launch button. Then we'll have another div here that will contain the other three buttons I'll just do X's for the moment, right? So let's refresh, and there's our vibe, okay? Now, let's go to the CSS. We're going to say, if we're dealing with a direct descendant div, the border is 1 pict red solid. Now we're going to say, justify content space between. So that chucks those things to the bottom there. And then we're going to say that the second div is going to have a display type of flex with a flex direction of row. So now we've got this. But the first div, this first div here, I'm going to give it a background colour of lime just for the moment. And I want that first div to basically expand. So I'm going to say flex grow 1. And you'll see that that now expands here, you know. So with this, I'm going to say and look at this. Now we'll say margin 0 auto. So that gives us this, which is darn near perfect, you know. As we look at our second div, we are going to say justify content, flex, end. And you can see that this is exactly the kind of thing that we need. So we're now going to deal with these buttons here. Now, let's think about these buttons. They are kind of clear. One's got a wee spanner, one's got, okay, we'll just chuck some things in. So I'll say I, class equals. Now, the first one looks like a wrench, I think they call it. FA, wrench. And then we've got FA users or something, I don't know what that is. And then we've got FA trash. Now let's just take a quick look and see what that looks like. Okay. Now, how about if we chuck those inside buttons? It's really good. Now, the next thing we're gonna take that second div. Here it is here. And we're gonna say align item center. No. Alright, well let's take the second div. We'll take the buttons. We'll say margin top is 0. Okay, so that gives us that. So I suppose we could say maybe padding downstairs 1M or something like that. And it's bringing those buttons up a wee bit. We could also say that the font size is something like 0.7M. I mean, it looks quite small, you know, so it's like that. I think that's good. I really think that that's good. Now let's look at the buttons. You can see that they've got an empty border radius. So let's just say border radius is 0. Alright, we'll have to work on that one later on, but these are alright, you know. Alright, now I think this is a good time to get rid of these crazy colours. That's good. Alright, so now let's really look at this thing. So it looks like we've got a wee bit of a for that second div, I'm going to say that the padding right is 1M. Something like that. Okay. Now, let's also say for these buttons that the class is Alt. I don't know what that's going to even do. Well, what do you know? It makes them almost perfect. That's awesome. So now we're going to take these launch div things. So we're going to say if we happen to be dealing with a launch div button, then the border is, I'll just say 1pix blue solid just for the moment. Alright, but of course the real colour is not blue. Oh, give me a break. All right. That is really, really great. I'm loving that. Now I better make sure that it's got a background colour of white just in case there's text behind it, you know. And when we hover, we're going to say that the background color is going to be that. Like that. Maybe, yeah, but then we'll make the font color go like that. So here we go. That's excellent, isn't it? I think I'm going to make the border go that colour as well. Why not? No. Alright, that's how we do it. That is how we do it. Okay. So I think that that's looking just fantastic, innit? Now, I wonder if we can do anything with this default icon. Well, I'll just chuck something in. Alright, that one's going to need a wee bit of work, but the rest is generally acceptable. We've got our launch button, we've got these, and everything is beautiful. We've also got our add element feature here, so that would be us adding a password. And I think that's looking great. I do think it's looking good, you know. Now, yeah, that's really good. I might be able to bring the vertical height down on that button a wee bit. So let's just change the padding to 0.7 something like that. Maybe not. Let's try 0.8. Let's last try 0.9. I think that's it. That is really, really good. Okay. Alright, I'm liking it. Now this thing is on GitHub if you want it. Just to let you know. Alright, well that's not too bad, not too bad. I'm feeling quite pleased about that. Now, looks like I'm all on my own, just about. That's okay. Yep. Fernando, welcome, and Chef. Can't stay and chat. Been cooking with the fam. Hope you're safe and healthy. Well, nice to see you, and thanks a bunch for passing by. We really appreciate it, and it's very good to see you. I hope you're having a good Christmas. So, as you can see, this is our LastPass substitute that we're working on here. And it's funny, you know, because the code is quite easy for this. The difficult part is just getting it to look something like what people are used to, you know. And I think it's yeah, I mean, it's, what can I tell you? It's 100% doable and everything, but it just takes time, you know. Basically. And there's a few wee things about this that aren't quite right. But you can see some of the things that are not quite right here. Anyway, I'm quite happy with this. I think this is a good checkpoint. So let me just update the old to-do list here. Okay. So I'm going back up to stage 1. So let's just write a note of what needs to happen to make this perfect. So the first thing is get rid of the delayed remove on the lower 3 item action buttons. Okay, that's it. See how there's a delay? We need to get rid of that, right? Next thing is get it so that the modals are always in front of the launch buttons and whatever else might be jumping in the way. So when we do that and then we get a modal thing, or maybe, well, there's a few examples, but we do not want that type of thing happening. That must be impossible. So we're going to do that, right? Next thing is sort out the default icons so that they look nice. Okay, because they don't right now, they're not quite right. They're not quite right. There's actually a case for just building a default icon, you know. Might even be better if I do that. Anyway, sort out the default icons is one of those things, and when that's all done, yeah, you can see the problem there. See it? So when that's all done, I'm going to refactor the CSS and just get it kind of nice, you know. Now when we get to that stage, that would be a cool checkpoint. It's all a wee bit boring, but nevertheless, it's a nice wee checkpoint. Because at that stage, we've now got a page that looks kind of nice. I really don't like this plus button down here. And I feel quite strongly that there should be an add button up the top of this. And you know, I do. I think there should. So maybe I can't help myself. Maybe I'm going to have that here. Maybe we'll have a little icon with an FA and then FA times, you know. Add. So when we click that, it's actually adding a new item. So add item is fine. I'll just have this saying add new item. I don't care if it's a bit different from what they've got. I just think this looks better, you know. So we add new item. Now that is going to fire the same thing as this. So it's open modal add item. So we're going to say on click is open modal add item. And so now we've got this and this. Two different ways of handling the same vibe. And of course it's not FA times, it's FA plus. There you go. Thank you very much indeed. So add new item. There it is. That's brilliant. That is the beginnings of something very, very cool. I can tell you that. Okay, good. Pardon me. All right. I'll do a little get add all. Get commit added new add item button. All right. Pretty cool, pretty cool. So I wonder if it's Well, we know it's a very special day, but is it an amazing day? Apparently not. No stars today, folks. No stars today. That's okay. So that's all looking quite good. It's just those tweaks that I had mentioned there. Now let's just plan ahead and visualize what happens after all of that. So we're imagining that this page looks great. The next thing is we get the clicks showing the correct records. We get the 3 action buttons working. We get edit records working. We get delete records working. We encrypt. We auto add images, notes, payment cards, bank accounts, blah, 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 blah. Aye, that's pretty darn good. But the only thing that I would disagree with is I think the social login feature should go higher up. Maybe, I don't know. But when we do that, we've then got, and it's entirely possible, we can get all of this working. We can get all of this working. We can do our account management stuff. Now, whatever they've got on the bottom right hand side, what have they got here? Security dashboard, sharing center, emergency access, advanced options, help. I don't think we need any of that. I think that can all go up here, you know. We don't need any of that right now. I mean, we have to think minimum viable product, you know. So, I think I'll take a wee break. All right. Okay, so look at that. Christmas with the web developer extraordinaire. Once again, YouTube are up to their old tricks again. They have to take away all of those zeros because they cannot fit the number of viewers that we have onto the screen. It's the same old story, you know. But anyway, I think that this is looking pretty darn good, and I'm pretty pleased with this, you know. I kind of feel as if, now let me just look at the to-do list again here. I could potentially do that in one day, potentially. I could then get that done in another day, and I could get that done in another day, and I could do that in another day. The Android app, the Chrome extension, and the iPhone app are going to take longer. But I can certainly, I think I'll flip these around here. So the Chrome extension is going to go here. Then I'll do the Android app. And we'll do the iPhone app last. And at that point, we've done it. You know, we have done it. Okay, so not too bad. That's not too bad. Okay, now the question is, do I plough forward with the checkpoint that I'd like to get to today? I'd like to get to this stage by the end of the day. That would be an amazing day, you know. Just thinking here. Yeah, I think I'll do it. But I am going to take a little break because my head is spinning here. I think I will, aye. So, I think I'm just going to shut this one down if that's okay with you folks. It has been a pleasure and a privilege. If anybody's around later, I'll probably still be on, you know. But if not, I'll be listening to the Overlord DVD channel on YouTube. That's where I hang out, you know. So I will be here later on. I just watched the guy's channel. I think he's funny and entertaining, you know. So I'll be over here just as a member of the crowd if anybody's around, you know. Or I'll be streaming live or something like that. In any event, am I going to keep the stream going? Yeah, I'll keep the stream going. Do you know what? To hell with it. I'm not going to walk away from this defeated. I'm going to get this stuff done. Today, this stream shall go on. All I ask is, could you give me a wee bit of time to get a wee coffee or something and just catch my breath? I've been here for 5 hours, you know. So stay cool. I'll be right back.
of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
kids. Okay. Here we are. Hello. Welcome back. So, it's been quite a long live stream, and I've been working on this LastPass type alternative, let's just call it. And it has been going okay, but as always, I'm suffering from a wee bit of 99% hiatus here because I realised. Let me just check. Are we live streaming? Are we on? I'll just double check. Yeah, we're here. Okay, so as I was saying, hold on a wee second. Okay, go. Okay, so anyway, as I was saying, just before I had a wee time out there, I wrote out a bunch of stuff here that was all to do with basically just refactoring it and getting it looking perfect, because right now it's okay, but there's a few challenges with this. One of the challenges is that we've got these buttons appearing in front of the modal things. We've also got delays here on when these things disappear, and there's just a few little things that are not quite right. Also, I dare say, if we inspect this and look at this on a mobile device, you can see that it's absolutely all over the place. So these are the things that we can fix, and that's exactly what I'm going to do right about now. So let me just do a little git add all. Let me do a little git status. Right, everything's up to date. So let's now, with everything being up to date, I'm going to copy different versions of this into loads of different tabs. Like this. And then we are going to do the unthinkable. So what is the unthinkable? I think the unthinkable is to take this custom thing out and just refactor the whole darn thing, you know? That's basically it. So let's go into public CSS. Now we've got a thing called custom CSS. I'm going to rename this to custom orig, maybe, because it's the original custom, you know. And then let's refresh this. Hard reload. There you go. So we're kind of all square here, right? Okay. Now we've got this your passwords thing. I'm going to rename that to your passwords orig, which means that we now get this here. Okay. So let's now make a new file up called your passwords.php. Okay, now if we go here and just look at the general fonts that we've got, it's something like this. We've got our buttons, of course, and then we've got our secondary buttons. Now all of that is basically just standard Tron gate stuff, you know. And if we do something like that, you can see I mean, it's not too bad, you know. And you can see also that that's loading up a thing by the name of Bootstrappy. So it's not too bad. If we had loaded up, let's say, public, then it would have just been a standard TronGate site, really, like that. But we're not going to do that. We're going to have this one here. Okay, so the plan then is we're going to bring this thing to life, okay? Now, if we have a look at this bootstrappy thing, you'll see that it's calling a thing called custom CSS. So I'm basically now just rebuilding this. But rebuilding it in a way that's mobile friendly. So we can get rid of things like this important thing, for example. All of that stuff is now cool. Okay, so that's not too bad. I want to see what these secondary colours are. So alright, that's not the colour that I want for secondary. The colour that I want is this colour. This kind of green colour here, you know. I cannot believe it's no giving me it here. Anyway, I'll just have a word with this. No. Just give me the code, man. Outputs that. Alright, it has given us it. Okay. So on our custom, we're going to say that the secondary colour is that. Now let me just get my act together here. wee second here. You know what? This is causing me problems. Give me a second here. Alright. So, top gutter. Let's bring these back. And oops. Jeez, is anything going to go right today? That was not the secondary colour that I wanted, it was this one. Alright, that's it. So that's going to be the secondary colour here, you know, and I'm going to get some darker variations of this. So we just go here, drag down a wee bit. So secondary dark is that. And then that. Okay, so that's that. Now, I'm going to have a kind of custom blue colour, and the custom blue is going to be if we take this colour and go to colours on the web wizard, chucking this in. And I want a blue that goes with it, so I'll go with this. So we'll just do something like that, right? And then let's get a kind of lighter version of this. You never know, we might need it. So I'm going to say custom blue light, let's call it. Something like that. And then custom blue dark. So now we're getting a dark version of this colour. I might not even use it, but it's nice to have the colour palette sorted out, you know. So let's just have a wee refresh. That's our secondary colour, right? Now up here on the top nav, we've got a top right hand side selector that happens to contain a few little icons and whatnot. Now that is an ID. In fact, I think we can even say, yeah, I'll just say it like this, top right hand side selector, and we're talking about the FA things, so they are going to have a colour of white. I think it's white. something like that. Now, let me just inspect this. Nah, that's all the E's, it's not white, it's all the E's. There we go. So it's just a wee bit darker than pure white, you know? So let me zoom in. Yeah, that's the vibe. That is the vibe. Now, when we hover, then it's going to go pure white, but let's just make it go, let's make it go red just for a bit of fun here. So you can see that went red. Okay, now that one clearly did not play ball. So that was our link, right? So that was top, right hand side, there's our link. Oh, you miserable such and such. Give me a minute. Copy that selector. Okay, cool. And then when we hover, pretty cool. So that is now completely behaving. We can chuck in the logo as well. There you go, perfect. Now, I don't want it to go red, of course, so it's just going to go pure white. Okay, that's excellent. So as we go to the smaller sizes here, looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Okay, so now we're going to take our top gutter and we're going to give it the primary background colour. That primary background colour, it's this DD2222 thing. And if we take a wee trip to Photopia, I'm going to open. Let me just sample this. I can see right away that that's different. So maybe that's the colour that we want. And that being the case, let me copy this one. change the colour there, see that? Right, I think that's it. Aye, that is it. So there's primary dark, and there is primary darker. I don't even know if there was much of a difference. You know what? Let's just bring this down a wee bit. So if I say primary darker, it goes a really, really dark red there. But of course we're not going to say that, we're just going to say primary. Okay, but we've also now got secondary, if we want it, along with secondary dark and secondary darker. So I'm just setting up the colour palettes, you know. So let's now talk about the links here. I'm going to go to the your passwords thing and just imagine that we've got a wee link. Okay, now that's something that I think we should sort out. So I'm going to say that if we have a link, let's just see if we have control here. We have control. So we could say something like colour is var secondary, which gives us that. Or we could say colour is custom blue, which gives us that. Or even custom blue light, which gives us that. They all look kind of similar, don't they? I'll go with custom blue light for the moment, right? So it's something like that. And when we hover, then I'm going to go to the, let's say, secondary colour. Doesn't it really do much, doesn't it now? But that's okay, we can live with that. Now let's do the alt stuff here. So if we have a link with a class of alt, background colour is yellow, I'll just say. Now that doesn't change much there. But if we go here and we'll say class is button alt, right? So now you can see that that does have a degree of control here, and we can also chuck in a little button. Well, actually we've got a button with a class of alt already, so I'm going to say that that plus a button with a class of alt is going to have a background colour of white. Maybe not quite pure white, maybe all the E's. And then probably when we hover, at that point we'll switch to pure white. But the border is going to be different. The border is going to be 1 pix var secondary solid. I think I like that. That'll do me. Now let's look at the screenshot again. Right, they seem to alternate between sharp buttons and curvy buttons, so we're not going to worry about that button stuff too much at this stage. Let's head to the mobile look. Okay, so that look that we've got here kicks in around about 840, I think. Keeping an eye on the top right. See that? It's at 840. So this will be the first media query. Okay, so when we get to a width of 840, then these little beauties here will have a white background. Oh, pardon me. It's the other way around. It's up to a maximum width. We have the white background. But when we go bigger, then it clears. That's it. That's what we're talking about. Okay, good. Alright. So now that we've kind of, well, let's do this side, right? These ones here, we're going to inspect. Alright, so this is when we hover. You can see it's just gone a wee bit brighter here. There you go. Okay, that's good. That's excellent. Now this slide nav here, I think we need to do something with that. So I'm going to just say for the slide nav, the background color is something like that. Now you can see that that colour's not quite right. Okay. So it looks as if we've somehow hard-coded something in here. I don't entirely get that. So let me just do a wee search for N, open, slide, nav. It's probably in here. Nah, I don't know what that's doing. Okay, that's a bit of an annoyance. Oh, it's called active. It's on Bootstrappy 99. Oh, it's killing me. So where the hell is that coming? I'm seeing pointer events none. That's kind of a unique thing, isn't it? So, let's see if we can figure this one out. Still not doing it. So it's not that. It must be. Jeez, I don't even know. Is it some JavaScript somewhere? Right, we've got a thing called bootstrappy.js. Maybe that'll help us. this, I can see a wee colour thing here. So supposing I said line, and then did this, ah right, that is it. So what we'll do then is okay, so the colour is going to just go white. Okay, that's cool. Good, we got that. Right, so now we're going to rebuild the page, and it's going to be this page here, but I'm going to do it completely different from the way that it was handled previously. 100% different. We will have an H1 that says passwords, we're alright with that. So if we go here, we get that, right? I'm also quite happy to have a wee button there that says add new item. So add new item, and it's going to have a little FA plus thing going on here. So nothing up with that. So far so good, right? However, here we're going to have a little paragraph with a wee X in it. Okay, now let's chuck, maybe I'll even make this a div with a class of spinner. You can see it's got a wee spinner thing there, you know. Now, for the moment, and only for the moment, I'm going to say that the spinner's got a background colour of yellow. Ah, damn it. Right, let me try this again. Alright, so I want to make a very useful little class here that's going to be called top margin. So if I go here and just say classes top margin, gives us a little bit of a margin. Maybe we'll make it DM or something like that. Ach no, I won't, I'll make it 33 is fine. Okay, cool. Now, that's all good. So, to go back here again, we'll have a little, maybe even a paragraph with a class of spinner and top margin. So when the page appears, we get this, right? And then we're going to have a bit of JavaScript here. So let's just say script, and I'm going to say fetch fetch site passwords. Okay, that's cool. I don't want any PHP on this page at all. So I'm going to say window, add event listener, load. Fetch site passwords. I'll do 2 indents. So when this page appears, we get that, right? So what it's going to do is we're going to say that the target URL equals now okay, I'm going to go on to this bootstrappy.php thing. I'm going to do a wee bit of a script right here. I'm going to say const base URL, and I will use PHP here. So that base URL is available everywhere. So our target URL, if we do that and then console.log target URL, it gives us the target URL. Now we are going to have an API endpoint for this. It's going to be API Explorer, and it's going to be so it's called member passwords. Now that was a bad name for that actually. I don't like that name. But what the hell? API Explorer member passwords, badly named, you know. But the target URL is going to be the base URL, then API Explorer member passwords, like that. So if we load this up, there is our URL, which we can open in a new tab, and it's something like that. And in actual fact, I'm an idiot, because what we want to do then is okay, we'll have a wee look at the API Explorer here. I'm a wee bit concerned about the way that this is working here, but let's not worry about it too much. If I go like this, you can see that it's fetching a bunch of passwords. Now I'm not going to worry about the security at this stage, right? I just want to fetch them. So let's say const HTTP is new XML HTTP requests HTTP open going to do a GET request to the target URL, and the target URL is actually this one here. That's the target URL. So I'm going to say http://setRequestHeader content type application JSON, and then http send, then http onload, that's going to give us a function, and then I'm just going to console.log http response text, and maybe the http.status. So what that's going to do is it's going to give us that. So we're going to say let, I'll just call it let items. Okay, now let items is going to be an empty array, but we'll just do this for the moment. And then when we get a response, I'm going to say if HTTP status is 200, then draw items grid, and we're going to pass in the HTTP response text. So we're going to go like this, and we're going to say items equals JSON dot parse response text. Now, if items dot length is greater than nothing, let's just say we got okay, so in this case we've got 7. So what we're going to do then is we're going to remove all spinners. So I'm just going to say remove spinner. So I'll have a little function for that. So that's going to say const spinners is document get elements by class name of spinner. I'm going to do a little for loop. Alright, so you see there that the spinner removes. Then what we're going to do is we are going to draw this. Now I have something very special here. I'm going to copy the outer HTML and then head to my new business partner, and I'm going to say, can you give me the JavaScript for dynamically producing the following HTML. Oops. What JavaScript can be used to dynamically produce the following HTML? You can use a combination of this. Right, now is it going to actually do it? Because it will save me ages. Oh, it's doing it. That is brilliant. It's just incredible, isn't it? I don't think it's. I think it's running out of time. So what I'm going to have to do then is simplify a wee bit and make life easier. This is a huge time saver. So let me think here. Right, how many divs have we got? 13? 14 closing divs. So I think it would be that. Alright, so let's try the question again. What JavaScript code could be used to dynamically create the following HTML? This truly is saving me about 20 minutes.
Computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
It's really good. Brilliant. All right. So we're back here, and so we're going to build the grid. Let's just paste it in. Damn it. Well, my formatting's a bit duff, but I can deal with that in a minute. The key vibe is it did add it there. HTML formatter. Hello wee Blackie, how are you doing? Oh, it's nice to see you, my wee friend. It's nice to see you. Can you format the following code so that it has 2 spaces per indent? I just wish it wouldn't time out on me all the time, you know? Because it's going to time out. It's definitely going to time out. Which is a real shame, innit? Alright, let's try this one. Okay. There you go, that's it. That is it. It's pretty darn amazing, isn't it? Now, the only real change here is that we're not doing it with the document body. Instead, we're going to take the center stage. So I'm going to just say const center stage is document, get elements by class name. You can see there that the class is center stage. It's an array, so I get the first one, and then so if we okay. Alright, okay. So down here, we're just going to say fetch site passwords. Now it's saying that the base URL is not defined. But I did define the base URL. Here, it's here. Oh, do you know what it is? We have to say window, add event listener, load. Then we get that. There you go. That's it. That is it. Okay. Now, Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to say for, and we're going to look through the items. Okay, so that's now doing that. So now it's show time, because we're going to make this thing look absolutely perfect. I could do with a wee bit of JavaScript beautification here actually. Maybe I should just do this the old school way. Okay, that's excellent. Right, so now we are going to really bring this thing together here. We're going to start with our items grid. Just making sure I've got the right one. And we have. Okay, so let's say for the items grid, display is grid, grid, template columns, nah. Grid gap is 1M. Grid template columns is repeat 4 times by that. Okay, so now it's starting to kind of come together, I think. Now the next thing I want to do is I'm going to do a kind of mobile first type philosophy with this thing. So the grid template columns are actually going to be 1 time at 1 FR a pop, like that. I wonder if I could get away with 2. Nah, I'll just stick to 1. Okay, so the idea is that we're thinking mobile first here, right? So let's open up the inspector. Keep an eye on the top right. Now, you can see about this 660 mark, maybe even 680. We can probably change this a wee bit. So I'm going to add in a media query. That media query is going to be for 680 pixels. I'm going to say that the items grid is going to have grid template columns of 2 of those things, and that is going to be if we've got a minimum width of that. So as we refresh here, you'll see that we're now fitting 2 onto the screen. On the small size one, wee bit bigger, 2. Now let's keep on moving. We'll keep that as it is, right? I think that's okay. but we're going to keep on going. Now there's a point about here, maybe even like 1,000, say. And we'll jump over to 3. So there's 1, 2, 3, and then probably I'd say about probably about 1,400. Maybe even 1,200 or 13, let's say. That'll do us. Then we jump to 4. Okay, so as you can see, it's looking all right. Pretty good, right? Okay, so with that being the case, now we're going to get the items themselves looking kind of decent. So right here, we're looping through these items. Now I'm gonna just say that if I is equivalent to, how about 2, then I'm just gonna console.log json.parse items I, something like that. So if we switch on this console thing, you get something like that. Oh, maybe not. Alright, let's try again. Okay, so that's what we've got, right? That stuff there. Maybe we can just copy that temporarily. So that's what we've got. So if we console.log items I and then chuck in something like, say, website name. Well, look at that, isn't it perfect? So where we've got the website name, so you can see the different bits and pieces there. We're going to have to do something about the picture. We'll do that in a minute. But we should also have a username somewhere. So if we say here it is, its username. So where it says some user, so that's going to be items I username. Okay, so that's now been read from the database. Perfect. Now the next thing that we're going to do is I'm going to copy a bit of code from previous. Something like this. So if we refresh, that stuff now only appears when we hover over. Now, unfortunately, we are getting a transition here that's kind of ruining things. So you know, I suppose it's no the worst thing. I actually have no idea why that thing is delaying. But I suppose it's no big deal, you know. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Having said that though, if I head here and take that out of action, you can see that it's now instant. So that right there tells me that it must be something on this bootstrappy.css file. So I'm going to go to that. I'm going to look at transition. I'm going to take that out. And again. Okay, so it's not that. Is it this? That's it. So that's fine. So I don't want to overwrite this, but I am going to say on this thing here, maybe around here, that the transition is 0. Oh, damn it. So annoying that. Well, maybe I do have to take this out. Alright. So the next thing that I'll do is we've got these parent elements and we've got child elements. So I'm going to just say that for parent hover, the cursor becomes a pointer. No, actually that's not true. It doesn't. It doesn't, because it's only a pointer when we hover over one of those buttons. That's the only time it becomes a pointer. Alright, glad I sorted that one out. Now let's look a wee bit closely at this child element thing here. Okay, so what we can do with that is reuse a little bit of the code that we had before. So we had right, I can see a thing here that says launch div. Now I'm going to bring that back. I don't even know if that's the one that I want. Opacity 0. Aye, that is the one. Okay, so now that we know that that is the one that we want, alright, now we've got something like this. Okay. Alright, let me add in a wee opacity of 0.2 because I'm slightly lost here. No. How about border 3 pix red solid? Okay, I think the way to do this is to take the launch button, add in a wee bit of top margin, that's it. I'm going to make the width 70%. just say margin. Let's say margin left auto, margin right auto. There you go. Now let's get rid of that horrible lime colour. Okay, we're going to increase the transparency a wee bit here. Alright. That's cool. Now when we hover, the opacity goes to 1. Like that. Perfect. Okay, now the next thing we're going to do is these two text sections here. Well, you know what? Who even cares? So this is a thing with a class of website username. And I'm going to just say that if we happen to be inside items grid with a class of website username, I'll just make sure that we have a gig here. We have a gig. So I'm going to say that the font size is 15 pixels. Maybe even a wee bit less. Yeah, that's cool. And we'll do a wee margin top of 3 pixels. Okay, that's cool. Now back over here, I'm seeing website name. So if we're on items grid, website name, let's get the website name kind of like this thing. So we'll just say that the font weight is bold. And that actually looks quite good, doesn't it? Well, I tell you what. Let's make the colour the secondary. Yeah, that's probably a wee bit better. Okay. Looks good. Now let's keep an eye on this on a mobile device here. And as you can see, it's not quite there, is it not? It's really not there at all, in fact. It's kind of a bit too wide, you know. Mind you, I don't know, it kind of works in a strange way. Maybe we should do something like the following. Make it so that the center stage has only got a width of 90%. Did that even work? Yeah, I think that's a bit better. That's really good. Now the other thing we can probably do is if we take our items grid here, we've got a fairly substantial grid gap there for some reason. So maybe we should say items grid has got a grid gap of 0. Alright, now do you see how there's a point where we add this repeat 2 thing in here? So at that point we're going to add in our grid gap of 1m. So that means that here we're not looking too bad. Now unfortunately these card things are giving us problems with margins. So let's do something with that. So items grid dot card. Now you can see here that we've got a margin top and a margin bottom. So I'm going to just say margin, maybe even, yeah, let's just do that. So as we launch, we've now got this vibe here. That's quite good. So we can keep the margin bottom. Now that's clearly not looking right. And that is our centre stage. You can see that we had defined a width of 90 there. So let's take that out. Now that looks better, doesn't it? So that's good. That's good. That's pretty good. That's good. And that's good. let's do this again. So there you go, there you go. There you go. I think that's excellent. Okay, now let's go back to the API endpoint here, and we'll sort out these pictures. It's really looking good. So we've got member passwords API.json, right? And it does a get thing. So what we're going to do is we're going to add in an after hook. And the after hook is going to just be called prep rows, something like that, you know? Prep rows. So if we go to member passwords, I'm going to make up a little thing here called prep rows, and I'm just going to say hi and then do a die statement. And the reason for that is because if I go here, you can see that it says hi, and we have now intercepted this stuff. Now, this is going to take an output thing. If we JSON output, you'll see it gives us a token and it gives us a body. So we can say response body is output body, and we can echo response body with a die statement. So that gives us that. Now we can then say that rows is JSON decode response body. And by the way, if we JSON output true, you can see that we've got a code here, you know. So the HTTP response code is output calling upon code. I can echo that code here. You can well, maybe not. Echo array keys output I don't know what the heck's going on here. I'll go back to where I was a minute ago though. Echo count rows. Okay, so what we're going to do then is we're going to say for each rows as key is assigned to value. Now let's echo value calling upon picture, which gives us that. And I'm pretty sure that I had this before. There it is right there. So we're going to say that rows is this, add full pick paths to the rows. Then the response body is going to be JSON encode rows, and finally, actually, the output body is that, and then we are going to return the output. So now we have got a thing called pick path, and it gives us a full pick path. So if we go back to your passwords here, the image path is items I pick path. And here we go. So there are the pick paths. Now, if we copy that, take a little trip to our best JSON viewer, Unicode. Okay, so you can see that we've got a thing here where the pick path is empty. So what we're going to do then is the following. If that is not empty, then we build up an image. Else, I'll just say that the image is empty. Did any of that pass? Might have done. So that's kind of more like it. And this was one of these instances where we do want to use var and not let, or not even const either. If we used const or let, it doesn't work. We have to use var, because var gets us, you know, basically out of it, you know. So else we can do all sorts of things. We could say, let's build a dummy image. So if we have a look at our original one, you can see that we called it default icon. So let's just say var image is document, create element, div. I'm going to say image, set attribute, class is default icon. Now that default icon is going to have some inner HTML. The inner HTML is going to be that. So if we go back here, launch, well now you can see that we have got this default icon thing going on, you know. Now let's also say that the img dot style dot background color is items I, and the name of this one is cell background. There it is right there. Okay. Now, there's a thing on custom CSS somewhere called flex grow. this is a disaster. Well, that's okay. I think the best way to do this is just do it right, you know? So let's do it right. If we look here, let's take this out. Let's even take this out. Bring this in. And in here we're going to chuck in our website name. Okay, good. Alright, this is actually not too bad, you know. So this stuff here is the normal thing. So if that, jeez, it's if the pick path, if that is not empty, then so we get something like that, which makes a whole lot more sense to a guy like me, you know? So if we say else card body class list add use default pick, I wonder if that could work. Maybe it could. So let's just try use default pick. I'll give it a green background. Now let me just have a quick word with my new business partner. How do I create an element explains a whole lot. So if we say that the height is 100%, this will not work. Align item stretch. Justify content stretch. Damn. How do you use CSS to create okay. So okay, give me a wee minute. Okay, so items grid card is going to now have a display of flex, and that completely worked.
Primary control of critical vehicle function.
So now I'll just say width is 100%. And that's that. So now that we've got the use default pick thing figured out, I'm gonna say use default pick direct descendant divs are gonna have a border of 1 pixel pink solid, which is gonna look crazy, but it is kind of what we need. So what we're going to then say is const upper div is document create element div, const lower div is document create element div. Now on the upper div, the inner HTML is here we go, and then we're just going to say
That's one small step for man,
card body append child upper div, and then lower div let's just give the lower div some inner HTML, which looks like that. So use default pick is going to have a flex direction of column, which is going to mean it does that. that's pretty cool. So let's assume that that's got a height of 60. And the other one might have a height of 40. Something like that. Which gives, oh geez. Alright, I think that's good. And we'll give this use default pick a minimum height of something. Alright, 9M it is. So it really is going to be like that. Okay, cool. So that's that. Now, what we're then going to do is let's add the site names and whatnot. Now I can probably alright. Pretty good. Alright. So this part here is the lower div. Alright, that's pretty cool. Oh, right, I know what it is. Okay. So I'm going to say that the upper div is going to have a class list, add use default pick upper, and the lower div is lower. So round about here. that's good. That's really good. Okay, so let's look for the bit that says here we go. We're almost there. Okay, so that's in our upper div. So what we're going to do is we're going to say const dummy image is document create element div dummy image inner HTML equals fa lock, and then upper div append child of dummy image. That's good. Good. So now we're going to say dummy alright. So for this little beauty here, I'm going to say alright, that's cool. So this is really starting to look good now. So we'll say that the display is flex, and I'll say align item center, justify content center. Pretty cool. Now we're going to take this upper div here, this one here, we're going to say display is flex, align item center, okay. Now justify content can be stretch. Hold on. Flex direction column, not that it matters. So justify content can be center. Align items can be stretch. There we go. So now that leads us to this dummy image here. Now I did do this previously and I had some okay results. So if we look at this thing, here's what I had. So the font size was 33. Alright. we're going to say padding top and bottom of 0.6m and 0. So it's something like that. Okay. Now the padlock thing is going to be white in colour. And then finally, well, we can get rid of these crazy colours here. So we're going to say dump image dot style dot background color. Now just to check that it does work, it does. So the background color is actually going to be this stuff. Cell background it is. There you go. So now we're going to get rid of the really crazy colours here. I think that'll do. And you can see that that looks great on any size. I think we'll keep the transparency up though. I like it being a wee bit see-through, you know? That is beautiful. And that is kind of unfortunate. Wondering if maybe I should maybe I should just make it so that the items grid has always got at least 2 things on it. Now that's actually quite good. I think I like that. That looks fairly decent. If I take this grid gap back to 0 though. Okay, so what I want to do is what is the CSS for having a grid gap of 1em, but only on the horizontal? Oh, I meant to say the vertical. Alright, maybe we can do that. That's quite good. I think that looks good. So that's that. They're not quite matching up, but I think it's acceptable, you know. Maybe yeah, that's good. is the one. Okay, so I think that's it. That's really good. Yeah, I'm quite happy with that. I am pretty darn happy with that. Yeah, I'm really happy with this. So now it's looking decent on pretty much any device size that you care to mention. Alright. Well, that was a while. So we've done that. We've done that. So I think all I have to do now is get those model things, or modals, but modals, that's what they're called. If I bring those back, plus the wee plus button thing, then everything is perfect. So So there's our plus button here, and you can see that this is inside a thing with an ID of add button, and if we head to here, I'm going to do a research for add button, and there it is right there. So you'll see that button on the bottom right hand side now. There it is. Now I think they've got a drop shadow on the actual CSS, the other thing. So we're going to do the same. Oops, maybe not. There you go. Okay, that's our vibe there. Okay, pretty cool. So when we click this, it's going to attempt to open up one of those modal vibes, you know? So let's get that. Okay, so it's this thing here. Alright. So we go like that, and there we go. You can see that we've got a thing called add item here. And there you've got modal add item 850 pixels. Alright. Alright, well that's kind of cool. Now let's get this top button working. There it is. And there it is. So now I'm looking for this modal body grid thing. Here it is here. Well, look at that. That is excellent. Now I'm going to have to get this looking decent on a mobile device. Chances of that happening right now are pretty slim. As you can see, it looks terrible. So So here's what we do. We start from a mobile first perspective. So we do the mobile one first and we get that one looking decent. Okay, now that's it. Two things there, which is actually alright, that works quite fine. We could have done one, which would give us that, but I think two's acceptable. So when we hit that, we get that. Now let's get the different sizes sorted out here. Probably when we get to, let's say 840. Or maybe even here. So if we hit this, let's get 3. Yeah, I think that's fine. And then when we get to whatever the next one is, we get 4. There you go. So any size, and this thing looks decent. I think that our wee plus thing probably has to disappear on really, really small screens. I don't know. I think it might. So if we take this part here, I mean it's okay here, right? 1636, let's say, or even here, call it 1600. So this thing here, which is called add button, well, add button is going to have a display type of none on the smaller screens, but it does appear on the bigger screens. Alright. Alright, wee pal, hang on. Hello, you. Okay, so there it is there. And then it disappears here. I mean, I don't like that plus thing there anyway. So the button on the top left's fine, you know. Alright, that's pretty darn good. So the last thing that I want to do then is get get this going. This is our create_password thing. Looks like we've got a wee bit of CSS there that we could use. If we look at the console here, it says open add item is not defined. So alright. So here we go. Looking for the create password modal. Here it is. All right. So and there it is. Alright, we got Blackie. Hello, you. How are you doing? Yay! How's my wee friend? How's my wee friend there? Look at you. Oh, look at you. Look at this wee thing. What's going on here? Oh, look at this. There you go. Yeah, it's a wee friend for you. It's a wee friend for you. Hello, my wee friend. You okay there? Oh, you poor wee thing. Oh, you poor wee thing. Alright. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, my knees. Oh, my knees. Well, I think that's pretty cool. I'm going to get rid of the 3 dots on the logo because that's just ridiculous, you know. But all things considered, I think that we're in pretty good shape here, you know. So there you go. There you go. And doesn't it all look... Okay, now you see how that is a problem. There's a Z index here that's too high. Okay, so we'll make the Z index 2. So here we go. There you go. That's excellent. So that is me. I'm really, really pleased with the checkpoint that has been achieved here. I think that was good. I know that it's Christmas and everything, but where else would you rather be on this hallowed day, you know? There is just one more wee thing that I'm going to do, and that is to do with the logo font here. That's a wee bit too big. So two-way split, 24 pixels, that has to come down a bit. There you go. That's it. So that is it. I'm really, really chuffed with that. That's a good front end, you know, and it looks kind of similar. To you know what, which is good. I like that, you know. These wee buttons are perfect. We're looking pretty decent on a mobile phone here. Check it out. Slide nav looks good. That's what we're talking about. So I hope you've enjoyed this live stream as much as me. Happy Christmas, Jennifer. Elizabeth, well, nice. Thank you. Nice for you to pass by. Can you see yourself using that to get things done quicker as they evolve? Yeah, it's my new business partner. It's my new business partner as far as I'm concerned, you know. I'm probably here all by myself now. I've been coding like a maniac. That is almost 9 hours. What a day. Stefan, you're still here. I appreciate that, man. You stayed the whole hog, or whatever it is, whatever the phrase is. Thank you, Stefan. You know, it's funny. Life is a strange thing, but I'm not being a killjoy or anything, but for a whole variety of reasons, I've ended up pretty much on my own this year. I've had a few phone calls and stuff, but I'm in here. Well, I've got little Blackie the cat, you know. But it's so nice to know that there's a few of you folks on the same boat, you know. And why not do a wee bit of coding, you know? Why not? I'm feeling great. This is a Christmas gift I've given myself, and you know, I'll just upload it to GitHub if that's okay. So git add all, git commit m. Now I'll just say let's see how we're doing here. You have to admit, I'm the hardest working dude in all of web development. If I don't end up rich, there is no justice. Alright. Now, there we go. All right, nice, nice. So that's now on GitHub. You can get it yourself if you want it. And you might need a hand with a config or something, but let me know if anybody's in that category. Now, I don't know if you noticed my screen there, but this, I'm going to be hitting the road just now, but I'll give you a recommended channel. This is a great channel here. This is a really, really great channel, and it has only just started. I watch it all the time. I stay up on Fridays until about 5 AM to catch the guy's Friday Night Frolics live stream. If I show you my favourites here, how do you do this? Bookmarks. You see, it's all Friday Night Frolics. I like the channel, and he's kind of funny, and he does a wee bit of singing and laughter and all of that. And I know that it's going to be quite Christmassy, so I'm going to be probably hanging about here for the rest of the night. I'll be in the crowd, mind you. I'm just a spectator, but I would highly recommend that. And if you've got no place to go, here's the link for that one. Alright, that's where I'm probably going to be tonight. So thanks once again, folks, for passing by. I appreciate you. Thanks to you, Stefan, for staying the whole hog there. I really, really appreciate that. And you know, good times are coming, right? You better believe it. Good times are coming, and one day we will celebrate. We're going to meet on the beach. We're going to celebrate. Thank you. Thanks for being here for this incredible, momentous event, and I'll see you soon, hopefully. Cheers, folks. Cheerio now. Bye.